Aquinas Academy, 2005. This course is over 10 weeks. It's entitled Catholicism. The first 5 weeks are given by John Hosie on memory, the history of Catholicism. This is tape 1. The first idea for this course came in a dilemma that was being presented to me by a number of people, particularly young people, who seem to find themselves caught in a situation where there was a generation of people who were struggling to find out what's happened since the 60s and where do I fit into it, and a younger generation that didn't have those same kinds of questions and were asking different sorts of questions. How do we articulate the vision of Catholicism today? Not just for younger people, but for anyone. If you happen to be a Catholic, how would you do it? If you're not a Catholic, how do you actually see it? And that'll be one of the issues that we'll be trying to deal with. And believe you me, it's not an easy thing to do. In order to do that, it is absolutely critical that we look at history. We look at where we've come from, because Catholicism doesn't drop out of the air. It's dripping with history and culture and politics. It's not just some pure gospel reality that slid through human history without any taint or anything like that. John Hosie is a professional historian. You may have seen his marvellous book on Eileen O'Connor, which was published last year, and I highly recommend it. John is actually working on a volume 2. John is probably the foremost authority, I think, on the history of the Catholic Church in Australia at the moment, since Patrick O'Farrell died. I'm not embarrassing you in saying that, John, but I think it's probably the truth. And John does lecture here in history, so I've asked John, and he's agreed to give the first part of this course, the first 5 weeks, which we've called Memory. And he will pick up on some major areas, and then I'll pick up on the second part. So, without further ado, John, over to you. No, I'm very sorry. One practical point. If you wish to speak, and we do encourage you to do that, either ask questions or make comments, we have 2 microphones. Now, there are 2 reasons for the microphone. One is an obvious one. It gets on the tape. But another one, if there's anybody hard of hearing here, there's a loop in this room, and putting it through the mic enables them to hear. Please leave the clapping now, Mari.
Thank you, Michael, and welcome, everyone. I'm delighted to share with you in these nights that we're going to devote to this topic, which to me is very basic and fundamental. I started in the little handout that you have with a question that was put into a statement that he published by one of Australia's recent Governor-General, which is, how can you know where you're going if you don't know where you've been? And those points that Michael was making are very much to the basic element that we're trying to do during this course, putting a memory and then some reflections on the memory. I will, during tonight and each of the nights I'm speaking, stop at certain points, and if anyone wants to take one of the microphones and ask a question or make a comment, then that will be very welcome. Perhaps one way to remind ourselves that things were different back in the earliest times was expressed best in a cartoon that I can remember from some years ago, and it was a cartoon based on the Last Supper of Leonardo, and Jesus was saying, I will say the third Eucharistic prayer and there'll be the second acclamation. Well, that suddenly reminds us, yes, we are doing something that's a little bit later than what was done at the beginning. So what was done at the beginning? And that's what our question is about. But I began before that by saying, did Jesus really exist? Was he a living human being that can be traced in reality? And we don't base that on saying, yes, look, here are the 4 Gospels, here are lots of other references in the New Testament and in subsequent writings. If they were written all by Christians and ardent followers of his, is there a possibility that there is a deceit going on, combined together and working to present something that isn't really true? And so we can do something that you're able to do in history and say, well, let's take away all of those or leave them aside for the present time and ask, is there any non-Christian evidence that Jesus existed? Well, after 2,000 years, if you and I rate a mention anywhere, I think we'll be very fortunate to have as many as there are for Jesus, because there are several, and they come from pagan Romans, and they come from a Jewish historian, never a Christian, named Josephus. The first pagan Roman that I can speak about is it's the historian Tacitus, right there in front of you. I should have just looked at it. And Tacitus is writing some years after the events of the destruction of Rome, which, if you remember, Nero almost certainly ordered. He had just come up with a grand new plan for the city, and so they did point out that there was a certain obstacle called people's houses in the place, and it seems very evident. There are three major historians who say Nero gave the order. Tacitus isn't as clear as that, but when Nero discovered that people were very unhappy because their homes had been burnt down and everything else, he then decided, as Tacitus says, to fasten the blame on the Christians. And the words Tacitus uses are, Nero fastened the guilt and inflicted the most exquisite tortures on a class hated for their abominations, called Christians by the populace. Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate. And a deadly superstition, thus checked for the moment, again broke out. Well, it's also worth taking note there that Tacitus is anything but favourable towards the Christians. So he has no desire to be praising Jesus Christ at all, but he's certainly taking it for granted that this person really existed, and even though he's writing some 50 years after the events, he is saying that the details are there, and they do, as we know, correspond with the details that are in the Gospels. These events will come into our story a little bit later this evening when we start looking at the persecutions that followed on Nero's condemnation of the Christians, because he passed a law condemning Christianity. And although the Romans normally regarded all religions as acceptable, the one single instance that fell outside of that was Christianity after Nero's condemnation, which took place in the mid-60s AD. And so in the way in which the matter was being dealt with some years later, Pliny the Younger wrote to the emperor at the time, named Trajan, around about 112 AD, where there were problems where he was governor. He was governor over in Bithynia, which is in the northern part of today's Turkey on the Asian side. And people had been denounced for being Christians. Pliny had followed up. He decided he'd find out what was wrong with these people, that they could be condemned for nothing else than having this particular religion. And so he decided to torture a few people, unfortunately most of them women, and made them tell him everything that was happening in their religion. And he wrote to the emperor and he said, I couldn't see there was anything particularly dangerous about it, so what do you think I should do? And the emperor wrote back and said, it's all right to do what you did. However, he added a couple of things that were very important. He said, there's no need to seek these people out. And secondly, he said, if somebody accuses anonymously, you don't have to take any notice, meaning that people had to name themselves when they were denouncing someone for being a Christian. You can see the kind of possibility that there might be of if you just started a draper's shop or something like that, and over the street there was another one and you just denounced him for being a Christian and he got put to death. Well, that'd be very good for business, wouldn't it? So instead of allowing that kind of thing to happen, which probably had done, although it isn't spelled out that it had, now the person making the denunciation, if it proved to be false, would be put to death themselves, the very punishment they were going to unjustly inflict on someone else. So all of these details come through in Pliny's writings, but they are in that indirect way once again recognizing that Christ existed. And the historian Josephus wrote about Christ in some detail. This man had a very interesting contact with the Romans and became so favoured by him that he was, in fact, governor in Galilee. And when the rebellion of the Jews took place in about the year 67, Josephus offered his services to the son of the emperor who'd come, whose name was Titus, come to put down the rebellion, and was with him all through the campaign that followed. At the end of that time, he was promised rewards, a large property, slaves to work it, and that kind of thing. And he asked that it not be in Judea, where he had lived. It should be over somewhere near Rome in Italy. I think he might have feared that somebody would be breaking into his place with a knife between their teeth and putting it somewhere in his body to make his life unbearable or unlikely to continue, and he needed that for safety. But what it also gave him in this sort of retirement that he went into was the opportunity to write. He wrote many things, some of which he knew by personal experience. Whatever resources he had, we don't know. But there are numbers of errors in what he wrote, but it's still very interesting to see what he wrote about the Christians. He said, "At this time there was a wise man who was called Jesus, and his conduct was good, and he was known to be virtuous. And many people from among the Jews and other nations became his disciples. Pilate condemned him to be crucified and to die. And those who had become his disciples did not abandon his discipleship. They reported that he had appeared to them 3 days after his crucifixion, and that he was alive. Accordingly, he was perhaps the Messiah concerning whom the prophets had recounted wonders." Summing up these things then, we can recognize that there are independent, non-Christian sources that tell us Jesus Christ did exist. And so we can make use of the Christian records, which are very valuable, of course, and know something about Jesus of history through them. What are the dates for the life of Christ? I'm not going to get into a long analysis of these, but the first thing to note is that our numbering of the centuries was supposedly based on the year of the birth of Jesus, who was done about 500 years after the time of Jesus by a monk who gave his name as Dionysius Exiguus. That means Tiny Dennis. Now, he may have been very small, but it was also a way of writing to say, I'm terribly unimportant. What he did do, though, was work out when he believed that Jesus had been born and call that 1 AD. Unfortunately, he made a mistake. Not a large one, and after 500 years, he came pretty close. But one of the elements that we do know is that Herod the Great was still alive when Jesus was born, as we know from the Gospel stories, and Herod died in what we call 4 BC. So that means that Jesus was born at least 4 years before the birth of Christ, if we like to put it that way. His death is also uncertain, and putting together all the evidence, there are 3 possible years. He either died in the year 29 or 30 or 33. And we'll take 30 as being a handy one to go by, but there's no proof that of any of those 3 which one it is. And so that gives us the span of the lifetime of Jesus. Oddly enough, the New Testament does date something with extreme accuracy. And we think, well, why isn't it the birth of Jesus or the year of the death of Jesus? Luke doesn't date those accurately. He dates the beginning of the preaching of John the Baptist. And it was in the year 27 AD, as we call it. By the way, there's a modern move to make CE the Common Era, and BCE is what we would call BC, or CE is AD, as we'd call it. So you can use whichever you prefer there. Non-Christians say it's a lot fairer that we don't have to be thinking of Christ all the time when we're referring to the years. So that's a little bit of historian background that we don't need to spend any more time on. So the event that Luke does date is 27 AD, and it was recorded by Luke at the beginning of the 3rd chapter of his Gospel, where he says, "In the 15th year of the reign of Emperor Tiberius Caesar," one piece of evidence, "Pontius Pilate being governor of Judea," second piece of evidence, "Herod being tetrarch of Galilee," third piece of evidence, "his brother Philip being tetrarch of Lysania." Oh, I'm mixing it up now. But anyway, there are all these pieces of evidence. All of them say that was in 27 AD. And he thought, Luke that is, that this is the really important thing for people to know. And in a sense, you could say, he's saying, this is when Christianity, Catholicism can go back to its very beginnings. As regards the early church, and I notice that I've made that one of the points where we can pause. If anyone would like to make a comment at this stage, it's possible to do so. If not, I'll move straight on. Well, let's continue. I'd like to say something now about the Dead Sea Scrolls, because people are very interested. They want to know about what's that all about, and they might even have read Dan Brown and say, can we rely on his evidence, which he said everything that he's put down is accurate, all facts are accurate. Really? There are so many things that are inaccurate in that book that I won't begin to go through them. But in the year about 1947, a shepherd boy discovered a cave near the Dead Sea in a place which was later identified as Qumran, or close to Qumran. And in there was an urn that he broke into, and it had parchments in there. And from that year onwards, they found more and more of these parchments and identified them as containing many books, all of a religious type, all in scrolls, of course, rolled up. And there was a lot of discussion about what they were. Some wrong guesses were made at the time and are still being quoted in some books, like that they were a library for the people who lived at Qumran, who were identified as Essenes. The Essenes were something like the scribes and the Pharisees, but they were not mentioned in the New Testament, whereas the scribes and Pharisees are frequently mentioned. But many people consider that John the Baptist was probably an Essene. In what I'm summarising to you for this, for our purposes now, the elements that are important include the question of, do these scrolls tell us something about Christianity? I think we'd all like to know that. And then there are other questions, because some people have used them and also another set of discoveries that were made about 2 years prior to the Dead Sea Scrolls in Egypt at a place called Nag Hammadi. And some people, including a lady here in Sydney who has written books suggesting that this is many years before Dan Brown, that this is all the true history of Christianity, and it's been kept secret till now, but has now been revealed through these scrolls. Well, what do the scrolls give us? I'm using Alan Crown, a professor at Sydney University, and he's written numerous books on the subject. He was one of the scholars who was entitled to do the first research on certain scrolls, and part of the whole examination of them, which went on, there were so many of them, for something like 40 or 50 years. Some of them are complete texts, and they include texts of the Bible. There are, I think, 2 complete texts of the prophet Isaiah. Others include at least something, and some of the pieces are only almost the size of postage stamps, from every book of the Old Testament, as we call it, the Bible as it was for them, except the book of one book doesn't rate a mention, but in those texts were able to learn and find a yardstick against the texts that the church or that Christianity had been basing itself on, which were all at least 2 centuries younger than the Dead Sea Scrolls. So here are a couple of centuries earlier, and they can be tested out. And scholars were hoping, for example, many scripture scholars believe that the book of Isaiah is at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 different authors, and they're all put together. Well, perhaps to their regret, the Dead Sea Scrolls of Isaiah are very, very close to the ones that have always been used and don't reveal any of those things that may have happened back 400 or 500 years earlier, if we have to trust the scripture scholars in their fields of expertise. What were these scrolls that were found at the Dead Sea? The most likely explanation Crown suggests is that it wasn't a library belonging to a monastery, as had been said. There was no such thing as a monastery in the Jewish tradition in those times, and so they were something else. Most of them, it seems almost certain, were brought there, very many of them probably from the Temple of Jerusalem, and possibly at the time when the Roman armies were threatening Jerusalem. They worked right around the country before they came into Jerusalem. There would have been the opportunity of taking scrolls there and moving them to a safe place. And the word he gives for that is genidzah, which, my Hebrew not going that far, I learn means hiding place. It's also important to remember that the Jewish law required that anything, any book, which contained the name of God, even if it was a heretical book, could not be destroyed or burnt or in any way. It had to be hidden away, and that's what it is suggested these places were. So that when we read, for example, that Jesus went to the synagogue in Nazareth and took the scroll of Isaiah and began to read from it, those scrolls after a while would become tattered and torn. It was forbidden that they be destroyed. They had to be hidden somewhere. And we don't know that the one that Jesus used, we'd love to know where the one that Jesus used was, but that was what was required, and that's what the Dead Sea Scrolls very probably are. They include many books that are not biblical in any direct way and convey a whole lot of things about the nature of the world in which they were written. What are the times in which they were written? There are doubts about the beginning and doubts about the end of the time that people lived at Qumran, but it seems pretty certain that it was at least a century, maybe a little bit more, than before 70 AD. And possibly, perhaps even probably, a number of the scrolls were written prior to that century. They may have been in Nazareth or another little synagogue and used for many years before they needed to be put away, and so they were among the ones that were kept there. In this kind of way, then, this group of things were discovered, and what do they tell us about Christianity is the next question we need to look at. Crown would suggest nothing directly at all. Very probably, he says, many of them were written before the birth of Jesus, which makes it highly unlikely they'd talk about Jesus at all or Christianity in any kind of way. And secondly, they tell things that are of value to us about what the society was like, and it tells us a great deal about how Judaism at that time was a very broad church, and they had so many different groups in there, and they were all accepted, and they all went to the temple and prayed there and so forth. And so that when Christians, that is after Jesus' death, started to go there, they were just treated as one more branch of Judaism. And that view of this heterodox group of people, many of them gathering in that kind of way, is also revealed in the writings that are there. So it can only be said to be fanciful to say there are hidden details about Christianity in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Any points that people might like to raise at this stage? If so.
Can I ask a question, John? One
Yes.
of the claims that I've heard is that the Dead Sea Scrolls have been hidden, re-hidden, and they're just not available to scholars. Are they all available? Obviously, I couldn't rock up there and say, can I borrow one of your scrolls? But if I was an internationally renowned scholar, could I get access to them?
Well, the answer is yes now. Everything has been revealed, all has been revealed. But what happened was that a group of scholars in the early years after they were discovered put their copyright on them, and they took them away and started working their way through them, and obviously it would be of great prestige to be the publisher of the translation and to be able to comment and say this and that and the other thing about it. After some years, other scholars wanted to get access, and guess what? The people that had the copyright were sort of saying, oh no, they'll all be revealed in due time. It was probably in the late 80s or the early 90s that those accusations that you're referring to started to be made in a public way, accusations that there was a big secret that was being concealed and so on. Shortly after that, I can't tell you what year it was, someone published the whole lot on the net or in some fashion like that, so that even though they hadn't every bit been analysed or looked at, they were all there able to be looked at by anybody. And that's my understanding of what the situation is at the present time. We do need to understand, and it's obvious that it would be the case, that the ones they dealt with to start with were all the big ones that pulled books and documents that were complete, and the smaller pieces were the more they tended to leave them aside, even though there might be something important that could be learnt about them. Tragically, when the documents were discovered, people were making money from them, rushing down there without any qualifications, getting them, tearing them up and selling bits separately, and some bits were then able to be put back together, some never were. So they had a bit of a checkered and tragic history at the time. Yes?
John, is it also true that some of them were burnt by the young fellow and the was it the Magi or whoever it was? I can remember reading about that.
In Jerusalem? I don't know this story, so I haven't read anything about that.
I was thinking the ones in Egypt. Some in Egypt?
In Egypt?
Yes. What was that?
I haven't spoken about them yet, but they are separate. They are entirely documents that were kept by the Gnostics, and they are in Egyptian language but written with Hebrew script, which they call Coptic. And they have books that we hadn't ever seen previously because they were deemed heretical, and so they were destroyed by the church. And so I don't know if that's what we're looking at. There was certainly burning way back in the early church of anything deemed heretical. Some of them were only known by the Christian writers. Irenaeus is one of them, who wrote a lengthy rebuttal of an important book of the Gnostics, and he quoted extensively from that particular book. The book turned up in 1945 among those scrolls, and once again they found that he quoted it accurately. He hadn't changed the thing to make it easier for himself to rebut the arguments of the Gnostics in there. We will talk in more detail about those. No, that's fine. Let's continue on then. I have a heading there, number 3, the early development of church and hierarchy. One of the things that we overlook too much is that the Jewish Christians were of extreme importance in the church in the earliest times. This is not a surprise, but what happened then was that with the emphasis by Paul on the Gentile Christians, a great deal more, and also then Luke following in Paul comes into his own book. The second book that he wrote is called Acts, or Acts of the Apostles, and in that description of Christianity, it's terribly easy to underestimate the importance of the Jewish Christians. However, the Jewish Christians only remained important until that Roman army arrived in 67, and they read that as being what Jesus had foretold, that it would be time, he that is in the field, let him not go back and take his cloak, get out. So they did. They left, they went across the Jordan and went to a tiny place called Pella, and they are hardly heard of again, the Jewish Christians from Jerusalem and round about. For that, the Jews gave them a very bad time and regarded them as traitors and that they had betrayed everything. And so that triggered the condemnation, or was one of the major triggers of the condemnation of Christianity by the Jews, which was made with an anathema, an Old Testament way of condemning somebody, in about 78 AD. So that was the end of that, a very good description of how that early time, what it was like. At the Council of Jerusalem, that's in the Acts book, and Paul attended, and that is one of the reasons why it's taken with such importance. And it was a gathering of the church leaders of the time, and so it gives us a clear understanding of, or perhaps not as clear as we'd like, but some real understanding of how things were being structured at the time. It's quite clear now that James, this is James the brother of the Lord, not James and John the sons of Zebedee, who was already dead by that time, and James was by now regarded as the Bishop of Jerusalem, and so he was important at that meeting. Peter was there. He'd escaped earlier. He'd been imprisoned, as you will recall from the story in the Acts, and then he came back for whatever reason he was there, probably accidental, according to most of the scholars. And they were looking at the question of how Jewish Christianity should be, and they made decisions about that which were the basis in which of the direction that Christianity would take in future. And one of the ones that was very high on their list was the question, should Gentile men converting to Christianity automatically have to undergo circumcision? They decided that they wouldn't enforce circumcision in the Jewish practice on the Gentile converts, and so that was one of the things that was not required for the early church to go along that system. Another, yes. Council is about, it's not mentioned in that handout sheet. It will be in the major notes. It's about 47 or 49 AD. And that's, as you know, as you realise, less than 20 years after the death of Jesus. Another aspect of those New Testament times we need to bear in mind is that, which, as you'll read in reading Paul's letters, he was, at least in his earlier letters, completely convinced that the return of Jesus, which Jesus had spoken about, was going to be soon. And that got to such an extent. He'd preached this as he travelled around, and so problems occurred because some people said, look, what are you doing your ordinary trades for and so forth? We should just sit and pray and wait for Jesus. He's going to come any time. And then after a while, others who were keeping on working and providing the food and so forth said, this isn't very fair. So Paul wrote and said, look, you better start working again. This is virtually what his message was. It might be that Jesus is delayed. We don't know exactly when he's going to come. That was quite a significant piece of, not information, but of belief by people in those earliest times. And you'll also perhaps notice, because this is vitally important in the historical sense, that Paul's writings are going to be the earliest that we have about what Christianity was doing. And so, for example, when Paul's talking about the Eucharist, because of some of the things that the Corinthians were doing, he takes this very seriously, and he puts down what Jesus said and did at the Last Supper. And that's the oldest bit of the doings of Jesus, the first time it was written down, that still is available to us. By the way, it is likely that Paul's letters were kept in separate places and that they were gathered together in about 90 AD. But what we're looking at now is a very significant thing in regard to the dates of Christianity and of the writings of the New Testament. They are coming back, it seems to me, very close to where the Catholic Church has been suggesting that most of these books were written, in complete rebuttal of what the famous German scholar Harnack said at the end of the 1800s, and suggested that none of the New Testament was written before about the 3rd or 4th century. He was forced by evidence in his own time to bring that back earlier, but these days there are very many scholars who are not Catholics who agree that the Gospels were written by about the 70 AD for Mark, probably the earliest, and then the late 70s or early 80s for Luke and Matthew, and then John, certainly very late, perhaps towards the end of the century. The earliest I've ever heard it was suggested that John's was written is 87 AD. So those are a lifetime, within a lifetime of Jesus. If he died in 30, then 40 years later, there are people around who remember him very clearly. I am one of many people here today who can remember events of 30 years ago very clearly. And if somebody was writing down things that were wrong, there'd have been outcries and saying this is completely wrong. And so a good test of the reliability. Whereas in what Harnack was saying, things 2 or 3 centuries previously, you couldn't rely on anything. What happened among the Christians then was a hierarchical structure began to be established. Initially, they used 2 words almost indiscriminately. One was episkopos or episkopoi for the plural, and presbyteroi for the singular, and they meant much the same thing. But after a while, episkopos, as you can hear the word episcopal in it, is the word that has meant bishop, and presbyteroi became priest. In different places they had different approaches. Paul was very much into a sort of charismatic view, and this was that somebody would receive the Spirit, and therefore this was God's choice for the role of being an important person, a prophet as he called various people, sort of charismatic in that sense. But this fitted in pretty much with his view of the unimportance of that in relation to the second coming of Christ being due at any moment. But in Jerusalem, the Christians started using the laying on of hands to choose some people out and give them a greater importance. And so the letter of 1 Peter, not that Peter wrote it, but anyway, it has his name on it. That was a very common thing. It's not a sort of a plagiaristic idea of those days. As yet, there was no distinction between clergy and laity. The whole church is called a royal priesthood. That's in that book, Bokenkotter, that Michael referred to. It looks like this, and there's a couple of copies of them down in the corner. This is one of very many, but it's an excellent one, books about a full history of the Catholic Church. So 2,000 years in one volume. A number of other authors have done that. I've looked at several. There are many I haven't looked at, but often you'll find interesting and valuable information in those collections. The Christians met each Sunday for the Eucharist, as we were talking about, and as I mentioned, we get the picture of it very clearly, and this has to have been in Paul's letter to the Corinthians. This is probably the mid-50s AD. He talks about how some of the Christians were being selfish and were not being true to the spirit of what Jesus had given at the Last Supper, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, he then told again in detail, having, of course, told them that back at the beginning. But what they were doing was they were coming together each Sunday, as it seems to have begun to be very early, and they brought their own food. But some people consistently arrived without bringing any bread or whatever the local vintage was, and they'd say, oh, sorry, I didn't have time, and so forth, and share with everything else. And then some of the ones who were bringing the food said, this is very unfair. We'll tell them we are going to meet at the usual 1 o'clock, but we'll get there at 12. And so by the time 1 o'clock came around, they have drunk very deeply and had as much as they want, so sure, help yourself to anything that's there. This is almost literally what Paul says is what was happening. And he said, this is very poor behaviour and you're doing the wrong thing, and he condemns that. In 96, the church in Corinth was again being reprimanded. The Bishop of Rome at the time, Clement, wrote a letter to them over a group of elders who'd been deposed, and Clement urged that they should be restored. And his argument, and this is important, is that they had been put in place in due succession from the apostles. All the time, in an argument, if they can say, this is what we received from the apostles, you can see that tradition being established, and that's the test of whether this is a good tradition or not. There are other books at that time, but by the end of the century, like the 90s and around about 100 AD, you get some very clear pictures that show that certain people are bishops. And one of the bishops that we know a lot about is a man named Ignatius of Antioch, who was condemned for being a Christian. That's all that you had to do, to be a Christian, to be condemned. He was taken to Rome for his trial. Along the way, he was allowed to stop off at very many of the Christian communities, and he wrote letters back to them. And he is the Bishop of Antioch, and it's very clear now that they have a structure in which those who were bishops were very much in charge of each Christian community, and they were by now taking as their right to be the ones who laid on hands for those who were going to be given those offices in the church. So here's a hierarchy coming to be established, and it's beginning to take a shape that is familiar to us. But that's something of the kind of timing that that took place, when that took place. So there were many things happening in the next period of time. By 150 to 160 AD, the system of bishops was pretty well established everywhere. By the 190s, the Catholic Church presents itself as an institution with a clearly defined system of authority based on its sacred scriptures, its creed. The Apostles' Creed, as we call it, has a very early origin. I can't tell you exactly where it first appeared, and its hierarchy of priests. And they used baptism, which was a system that was used by certain Jewish communities to bring people into the religion. They used baptism in the Christian community, but gave it a completely new meaning, never better summed up than by Paul, who talks about it as death and resurrection. Enormously symbolic. When you go down into the water, there's a death, very clearly symbolized, and then rise out of the water, resurrection, not very well symbolized by pouring a little bit of water on a baby's head and saying the words of baptism, although that is accepted as the sacrament as well. But Paul's symbolism is very much clearer when you think of baptism by immersion. I think it's at the end of another section, so we can have a question or two and then perhaps have a break in a short while. So anything else that people would like to talk about or ask about?
What was the position of women in the church at that time? I think it's a timely question at the moment.
That's a very timely question, and the reality is that the New Testament makes it clear that in a way that no other figure of the time of Jesus did, Jesus gave women a tremendously important place. All through St. Paul's writings, the women who are in his story are doing extraordinary and fundamental things, matters of absolute essential need for his success, and they're carrying out tasks which today would be regarded as preserved to a male deacon, for example, or perhaps even leading in the Eucharist. We don't know that.
Thanks. Just in response to your answer to the last question, it seemed to me that what you've just said seemed a bit hard to reconcile with Paul in, I think, with the first letter to Timothy, the famous letter when he tells women what they can't do, I'm wondering if I'm having to reconcile that with the view that you just put about all these apparent powers that women enjoyed.
My answer to that, or my comment on that, is what you say is quite accurate. If you ask St. Paul to be consistent about everything, he isn't. But the Acts tell us with great detail about the role that women were taking in the Christian communities. Paul was a man of his time. We assume he was married because virtually every man married in those days. But whether he was widowed by this time, nobody really knows. It's never made clear. But he was as like most of the people of his time, in considering that the men were the ones who mattered. Even though he very much depended on the women who also get a Guernsey in the greetings at the end of his letters. Very many women are listed in the greetings at the end of Paul's letters. Yeah. Yes.
Just to pick up on that, I think that first of all, there's a fair body of scholarship that would suggest that the pastoral letters are post-Pauline, so don't really reflect the mind of Paul in any case on that issue. And secondly, both in the Corinthian context and in the pastoral epistles, there are particular issues in local congregations where there are problems with groups of women, but that doesn't really provide a wider commentary on the position of women in a whole lot of other communities. So as somebody has said, reading the epistles of Paul is always like listening to one side of a telephone conversation. You've only got a part of the story, but he's dealing with a local issue where there's a particular problem.
Thank you very much. That's a very helpful comment. And so often in history we have that telephone conversation on only one side, and we so wish we could hear what was written that this is responding to. Very valuable point. Thank you.
John, would it be fair to say that what we find generally in the scriptures, whether we say progress for women, it is countercultural? It wouldn't be indicative of the prevailing Roman or Jewish culture?
The Roman culture was probably further in accepting women than most, but I think it is true that it was countercultural, especially in Jewish culture. It was very strongly counter-Jewish culture where women never were put in any position of authority at all. And I suppose that's true in the areas where they lived very much right down through the centuries, like Arabia is just next door, and all these other areas, the Bedouin tribes around, were very much the same. Yes, it's time for a break, and there's hot water over there and coffee and tea. And the subject of persecution, I said, is one I'd return to, and the connection with Nero and the burning of Rome is obvious, and also the fact that a law was passed that remained on the statute books. Well, some of the events that happened deserve our attention, and they reveal a number of things. One example was that in the reign of the Emperor Domitian, which is 81 to 96, Domitian decided that he was very pleased to be regarded as master and God. No half measures there. And any possibility of suggesting that he wasn't God was not going to be received with any joy at all, and so refusing to accept it was treachery and punishable by death. Well, one of the charges against Christians could now very easily be established. And so if they were accused of being Christian, they would be brought before a statue of Domitian or whichever the emperor was, because the later ones didn't want to lose that proud title that had now become theirs. And they were asked, the Christians were asked to offer sacrifice, just throw some incense on a fire in front of the emperor's statue, and that would establish that they were not Christians. So the way in which persecutions continued after that time became somewhat simplified, but there were some other aspects to it that are important to us as well. One was that Trajan, despite his approving Pliny's actions, we were talking about Pliny writing to the emperor and asking what to do about it, did ease up the situation by saying you do not have to go out and search out Christians. And so Christians, for very many years in a row at times, would have nobody seeking them out and denouncing them and putting them to death. Every now and again, for particular local reasons, a persecution might break out, and there were those put to death, and they were soon being called martyrs. Some of those early martyrs, they included Ignatius of Antioch, whom we referred to, and others like Polycarp of Smyrna. Polycarp claimed to have been taught by the Apostle John. He himself had a pupil under him whose name was Irenaeus, and so Irenaeus, who later became a very important bishop in the West, was able in a certain sense to look at his tradition as going right back to the Apostle John. Justin Martyr, as he's often called, was one of a number put to death in the persecution between about 162 and 168 AD. Justin is interesting to us for another reason, though, because he is one of a group of people who are called apologists. And these are people who write what later will be looked at and described as theology, just as we might look back on the epistles of Paul and talk about the theology that they contain. What did they write about? Their purpose is very significant for us, and it was to argue that the new religion did not in any way threaten Rome, and that its teachings were not contrary to any law. And so they went through their ceremonies in their masses, described what they were, and pointed out that they didn't criticize anything to do with the emperor or the Roman Empire in any way at all. They focused on the agreement between Christianity and philosophy, the natural virtues, on what human reason could know about God, and talked about those themes and death and a future life of reward and punishment. Some Christians began to respect martyrs so much that they decided that they had to become martyrs, and they went around provocatively searching to be martyrs. Others had a different point of view, and they started doing a bit of rationalising. They said, well, these statues that we're being asked to put sacrifice to, they're not real. There are no gods, and so what does it matter if I just throw something on there? And, well, that wasn't taken very positively by a number of Christians who said, but look at the people who believe that you have apostatized. Persecutions then were continuing in a spasmodic and occasional way, and in the end of their time, they resulted in the way in which Constantine intruded into the persecution system and closed it down. We'll come to that again a bit later, so I won't talk about it immediately. But during the time of the persecutions, some of the controversies that arose came up over issues to do with the persecution. And one of great importance, and it comes into the area of sacramental theology, which I'm not an expert in either, I should say, among many other things I'm not expert in. But it was the issue of forgiveness, because there were these persecutions taking place. There were people who were being pushed into denial of their Christian religion and then repenting afterwards and asking to be received back. And guess what? There were, on the one hand, those who said, yes, let's treat them very leniently and easily, and there were, on the other hand, the rigorists. And the rigorists would say, no, perhaps they could be forgiven on their deathbed, maybe, that's all right. And these things were varying according to who was being persecuted. When the persecutions began, it seems to have been a policy that they focused more on new converts, sort of trying to frighten them back to their old ways, if you like. But at a later time, they started, and this happened in North Africa in a very serious way, they started directing the persecution against the bishops and those in charge. So now it becomes a very serious thing if one of them is a backslider, as they use the word lapsy. The word lapse comes from it, but it's those who fell, and those who had fallen into denying Christianity were sometimes presenting themselves at the Eucharist next Sunday. And so that's when the controversy really became very difficult. At that time, the church in Carthage, North Africa, modern day would cover most of that area, was one of the important ones in the church to a degree that was second only perhaps to Rome. Cyprian of Carthage was its very powerful bishop, and he did regard Rome as the source of episcopacy, and said that the bishop there had primatus, that is elder brother status, but he was very severe on people who had failed during the Decian persecution. That's named after the Emperor Decius, and Decius actually started his persecution because the emperor before him, whose name was Philip, had been Marcus Julius Philippus, if you wanted his exact name, had been very kindly towards Christianity, and in fact his wife is believed to have written to the celebrated theologian Origen. Well, Decius hated Philip and had supplanted him by force of arms, and so he decided to attack these people that they had been very friendly towards, and arrested people as Catholic. One of the historians writes that among those who were being very harshly treated were people who were bishops or priests, and the condemnation was extended in this way, that it was said apostates and schismatics, these are the ones who've given in and denied their faith, must be abandoned by their flocks. In other words, you could acquire guilt if your bishop had abandoned Christianity. And this put an enormous pressure, therefore, on the whole community as well as on the bishop himself. This is a sort of guilt by association, if you want to give it a name. And so here's the severe approach being promoted by Cyprian, and he called a council to oppose the backsliders and those priests who had sometimes received people back with what Cyprian regarded as ridiculous ease. Some people had used all kinds of tricks, like they got a document that declared they had offered sacrifice. They just paid an official to write that down, even though they hadn't done that. Then there were others who had asked to be readmitted after the time, and there was debate over the seriousness of what they had done. So Cyprian called a council in 251 and got it to set firm demands over readmission. And they required, the severity was that they required that people who had even just got a document could only be reinstated as Christians after a period of lengthy, or varying times, but a lengthy period of penance. And those who had actually made sacrifice could only be readmitted on their deathbeds. Let that be a lesson to you if you get knocked down by a bus. One of the people whose name comes up at the same time as Cyprian was even more severe. His name was Novatus, and it gets a little bit interesting in the ordinary human way, because Novatus had actually been originally very easy, and then later he turned around and became extremely severe. He swung about, and he was too severe even for Cyprian, so he fled to Rome, and he met a Roman priest called Novatian, very similar name, and Novatianism was there based on attacking the views of the Bishop of Rome, Cornelius, or Pope Cornelius, who had been very kindly towards some people who had fallen, and so Novatian had attacked him, and the Novatian heresy was a very rigorous one, saying that any priest who had committed major sin had not to be accepted back, and the right of the church did not exist to restore them to membership. Their sacraments that they might dispense were not valid, and therefore if you went to Mass and you went to the Eucharist, then it might be that the priest had committed adultery the night before, therefore you would not have received the Eucharist. Crucial thing which the popes in Rome decided was a heresy. It was a heresy that continued on quite some years in a slightly different form called Donatism, after a priest called Donatus. And so that was a very big dispute in that direction. Another of the early disputes that had nothing to do with persecution was over the date of Easter. The Last Supper took place in the time of the Jewish Passover. And so many of the early Christians simply adopted the Jewish Passover day to celebrate Easter. And it began to be celebrated in the East first of all. But when it went over to the West, they decided it should be on a Sunday. So they said it would be on the Sunday after the Passover day, which could be on any day of the week. That's what gives us our law today, which I can remember learning off when I was a boy at school as the first Sunday after the first full moon after the 21st of March. And that is still the date in which Easter is celebrated in the Catholic Church. But here were the ones over in the East who had begun celebrating Easter much earlier, and yet Rome was saying, you've now all got to fall in line and celebrate it on the Sunday following. And people get very, very angry over changes to their traditions and so on. And one of the people who took up the cudgels on behalf of the Easterners was Irenaeus, that I mentioned a moment ago, Irenaeus of Lyon, because that's where he finished up, although he was the one over in Smyrna where Polycarp had taught him over in modern-day Turkey. And Irenaeus, with all that long tradition, was able to point out to the Pope at the time, Victor of Rome, that when he first, when Irenaeus came to Rome, the bishops of Asia had Easter for many years before, and Rome wasn't celebrating Easter at all, and now it takes a wrong date, says Irenaeus, and you're trying to impose that on people who've been following an older one. Well, this was all occurring in the 100s. By the way, through these talks, I'll talk about the 100s and the 200s and the 300s, rather than the 2nd century, the 3rd century, and the 4th century, as what I just said would be if you called it like that. I find it easier to think of them in which hundreds we're talking about. So that was a very big issue in the 100s, and it was still going by the time of the Council of Nicaea, so that Constantine said it was second only to the Arian statements, which became the Arian heresy, for the bishops gathered at Nicaea in 325 to work out. And would you believe it was still a major fault in the 600s when Augustine of Rome went over to Canterbury and to England, not angles but angels, sent by Pope Gregory, same one whose music is Gregorian chant that we listened to a little bit of before we started this evening. And when he was over there, the people whom he was converting were the newly arrived who'd invaded, the Angles, the Saxons and the Jutes, and he taught them the Roman practice. But there was already a church that had been established several centuries earlier when the Romans were in England, all over the west of England, over the north of England, over Scotland, over Ireland, and they had an older tradition. And so there was still a huge fight over the date of Easter in the 600s. You might say, is this a trivial point? No, people can find these things enormously important and get very angry in defence of them. One of the things about history is that people are just like people. Well, the next one, is there anyone who wants to talk about something there? I do need to push on, perhaps. Yes.
It's still the same. It's still the same. It's a different date for Russian Orthodox. Easter is a different date.
That's true. The Orthodox churches celebrate it differently. And I think the Greek Orthodox also. It can come in around about the same time as our Easter, and sometimes it can be a month apart, depending on when the moon was, or I can't tell you exactly what the differences are. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to go on and talk about Gnosticism, because very many of us don't know anything about Gnosticism and don't know that we care, and so what is there to know about it? Well, quite a lot. The word has a Greek origin, and the word gnosis means knowledge. We use it in the word agnostic, which is not knowledge, one who does not know, for example, whether God exists. I'd say 95% of people who say they are atheists, if you question them, they would probably turn out to be agnostics. An atheist is certain that God does not exist. An atheist says, I don't know. And I think that's where a great many people who say I'm an atheist are. Not terribly significant to what we're talking about, so let's move straight on. Gnosticism stood outside of Christianity. It pre-existed Christianity, and therefore it was never condemned as such as a heresy, but various Christian Gnostics were condemned as heretics. What was it and what did it teach? Well, that sort of thing, which I'll talk about in a moment, perhaps it might be a good idea for me to say, why does it matter? And the answer is that it is, despite the rejection of its ideas by Christianity, somehow or other it came in by the back door. And Gnostic ideas that remained through the years included the idea that mankind is essentially evil, that our bodies are evil, and those who seek perfection may rightly choose to flog or starve or beat their bodies into submission, that sexuality is wrong, very much a bodily activity, and the Gnostics find that evil, and therefore sexuality is at least an evil tendency, although allowed in marriage. But the virgin and the celibate are in a more perfect state than the married. Well, if these things sound a bit familiar, let's look at what the Gnostics said and how it came in by the back door. We can very clearly see the presence of Gnostics among some of the communities that Paul visited, and once again, you'll be surprised, but the Corinthians included some Gnostics. They regarded themselves as a kind of spiritual elite, had little respect for Paul's teachings, and regarded many of their fellow Christians as inferior, because Gnosticism very much spread as a secret set of knowledge ideas. And so and by the way, you had to pay money to get into it. Shades of various sects today, aren't they? there are different ones that get people involved, and they finish up paying thousands or tens of thousands to learn all the secret information from these people. Well, Paul castigated the Corinthians for moving to moral license. Now, there are some strange extremes about this, and yet they all come together. Moral license, and he's talking about how terrible it is, this man's taken his brother's wife, and that's a grave thing, and they don't even seem to care. Or they went into extremes of asceticism. And at Colossae he found a graver problem. A number of Christians had gathered a sort of amalgam. They were great gatherers of ideas from wherever, and that the word syncretism means that. And so these had put together some Christian ideas, some ideas from the mystery cults, and other concepts from odd forms of Judaism. And putting those things together, as I say, was a very common practice for the Gnostics. Henry Chadwick, his book is listed on the back of the handout sheet, rated Gnosticism as an immense problem and a threat to the Church as the personal authority of the first generation of Christian leaders receded into the past. Their two major sources originally of ideas were the philosophy of Plato. That was the one that was not too long before them. And Platonism, while not a religion, was a very spiritual philosophy. It was sort of tended towards being a religion. And the other element came from a religion called Zoroastrianism. Zoroaster, or Zarathustra in Persian, was a religion that dates back about 600 years BC. He was, there's very little known about him. By the way, Michael didn't mention that there's a collection of books there in green down the back of the room, which are from the New Catholic Encyclopedia. And so you can look up some of these things and you'll find good articles describing them and so on. And it's very good. I just mentioning that because I've got a quote here in the notes that will be available to those who want them, pointing out that only the hymns that were written by Zoroaster are still available to give some evidence that he was a historical person. His religion came very close to monotheism, but he never quite got there because all religions face this question. If they say that there is a good God, then how did evil come into the world? We heard these things being said when the tsunami occurred. How could a good God allow these things to happen? And so that's a challenge that's been put to every religion going right back to Zoroaster in 590 BC. And so what he came up with was that evil comes from an opposite power to the good God and is the source of evil in itself. Platonism was also, that's a dualism, there are two, the good and the evil in that case. Platonism said that everything is made of matter or spirit, and that composes everything. The Gnostics put those ideas together, and then they made a very important jump, still using the ideas of Plato. They said, and spirit is good and matter is evil. And once you start having those concepts, you can begin to see what was the kind of fairly wild sort of reasoning that enabled them to get to permitting moral license on the one hand. Well, it's all matter and that's all evil, so it's all as bad as one another, so why bother whether it's your brother's wife or whether it's your own wife? You can hear the reasoning there. Or in the other direction, the body is evil, so great asceticism and punish the body and live as in a spirit. With that idea, the Gnostics gathered ideas from other major sources, and Judaism was one. But when they absorbed Judaism, they said, well, now that story in the beginning, the creation, has got to go. A good God could not have made all that matter. If God made the universe, then he's made so much matter that he's created all this evil. So it couldn't have been by God, but it was by some lesser divine being that got out of control, sort of like an angel. They had strange names for them. Demiurge was one, and there were others. But this being is not the real God. This was how and many Jewish Gnostics accepted these ideas. He's not the real God, but is a lesser being who created the world and so on. Then they got in touch with Christianity, and they were very impressed, the Gnostics, with Christianity. And they believed that Jesus was tremendously important because he had revealed the true God, not that false creator from the book of Genesis, but the real God. Jesus had come to bring him to the world and teach him about him to the world, and of course they had the real knowledge of Jesus. And so, by the way, in those Nag Hammadi scrolls that are all Gnostic, there are two Gospels there. Dan Brown makes a lot of use of one of them. We might get a chance to talk about that, the Gospel of Philip. But in the way in which they used the Gospels, of course, they were the only ones who knew what were the real, true books, because they had all this secret knowledge. And therefore, the Christian Gnostics contributed enormously to the Gnostic ideas, and one of the special ideas that they liked was the idea of atonement, that Jesus had brought atonement to sinful humanity. And that became a very important concept for them in their whole beliefs. So, in this way, the Gnostics posed a threat right back in the time of Paul himself to Christianity, and he fought against them. And what did he use as an argument against them? The traditions that had been passed on to him from what Jesus said. And it's quite obvious that his argument is, how could Jesus have had all this knowledge that the Gnostics are talking about and not bothered even to mention it to those that he had around him, who were the 12 specially chosen out, and they didn't know any of these things. So Paul's saying, don't believe them and don't trust them. However, the Gnostics did have a problem with Christianity, much as they liked Jesus, because Jesus is, in the incarnation, the divine being who becomes man, and that's taking a body. So they had to say he didn't take a real body. He only appeared to be there. What you would have seen if you were there would have depended on how spiritual you were yourself. If you were a Gnostic, you got the whole package. But everybody else, they just had these much lesser understandings. Now, appearance, the word is dokesis, the Greek word, and Docetism is a heresy that was condemned for saying that Jesus didn't die on the cross. How could he? He didn't have a body in the Gnostic ideas, and that's what the heresy of Docetism said, that Jesus didn't really die on the cross for that reason. Paul also quoted his traditions, as you know, in his talking about the tradition I received from the Lord and handed on to you. And Clement of Rome also argues to the Corinthians in his debate with them about the traditions that he had received at that time. And he explicitly used that argument, have not passed on to the apostles the message that the Gnostics think they got, that is his only true message. So rebutting the Gnostics was a pretty common occurrence. Irenaeus, once again, wrote very explicitly against them in 5 books written in Greek: Refutation and Overthrow of the Knowledge, gnosis, that's the word from Gnostic, falsely so called. It survived in a Latin translation, and it's the one that quoted from the writings of the Christian Gnostic Valentinus in particular, and Valentinus's writings have been found in the Nag Hammadi Gnostic manuscripts in Egypt, found in Egypt in 1945. Despite their condemnation, though, the Gnostics, condemned by the church, still had a great deal of success in the pagan Roman Empire, and came in a new form in the 200s from the Persian Mani who began what is called Manichaeism. He adopted Gnosticism very strongly, as well as mixing in certain other concepts of his own, and that was a powerful challenge to Christianity, and it appealed to many, including Augustine, because it seemed to be more spiritual. Augustine, as you know from his Confessions, spent 7 years as a follower of Gnosticism, of Manichaeism, and converted a number of his friends to it. Based on the claim that matter is evil, it argued that the human body is evil, and an outcome of a high respect for virginity and celibacy, and there was argument about these matters in the church. So that debate went on all through the 200s, and one of the signs that it was having an effect, perhaps, could be argued, was the first legislation of clerical celibacy, decreed by a local council, not a universal council of the church, which took place in a place called Elvira in Spain around 305 AD. And the grounds for saying that the clergy should be celibate were that sexual intercourse was incompatible with the sacred character of the clerical state. And some began to live like this in the family. Sorry, dear, I don't believe in that sort of thing anymore. Right inside the priest's family, because very many of the priests were still married at this time. The importance of the issue, once again, is seen over in the East because it was debated at Nicaea, and there was a move to enforce celibacy there, and also 10 years later. Nicaea was 325, and the Synod of Tyre in 335. Both of those places were argued whether celibacy should be enforced. And on both occasions, an Egyptian bishop named Paphnutius came to the fore. He was himself celibate, and he argued very strongly against making it compulsory. Because he was seen as a virtual martyr, and I'll just get a glass of water. His words made a very strong impression. This is what he looked like. His left knee was mutilated. His right eye had been torn out in the persecution of Maximinus. He was esteemed by Emperor Constantine and the prelates at Nicaea. It was perhaps due to his influence that the council, Nicaea, left the question of celibacy, or continence as it's called at the time, to the discretion of those clergy who had been married before ordination. The issue was taken up later by different popes, and then enforced clerical celibacy began to be enforced. How did it come in by the back door? Well, one of the ways in which these ideas came in, or one of the people through whom it came in, and this is some years later, was by Saint Jerome. I always grew up calling him Jerome. Very many Americans call him Jerome, and I hear people calling him Jerome, so it's the same person. Most famous for translating the Bible. He was strongly committed to monasticism, and of course in the monastery, the idea of having married people in monasteries and children and so forth just wouldn't work. So it makes enormous sense there. He was committed to monasticism and had very negative views about marriage. As a priest in Rome, he became the sort of father confessor to and spiritual director to a number of high-born Roman ladies, some of whom, with his encouragement, began to live a life very much like might be lived in a convent, seclusion and celibacy. And later those lines would become the lines of living life in a convent. He was convinced that marriage was inferior, and he often attacked the married state, so often in fact that some of his friends said to him, "Look, why don't you write something in favour of marriage, because a lot of our good people are married. Could you just give them some support?" So he said certainly he would. Here's what he wrote in a letter Contra Jovinianum. I should definitely like to see every man take a wife. The kind of man, that is, who is perhaps afraid of the dark and cannot quite manage to lie down in bed all alone. That's an argument in favour of marriage that you mightn't have heard used before. From the satirical letters, he had a very sharp pen, Jerome, satirical letters of St. Jerome, cited by Boke and Cotter. The most famous of these women that Jerome had got together, for whom he was spiritual director, was one named Paula, who never took a bath unless she was ill. Her daughter was called Eustochium, and she wanted to dedicate her life to virginity, but Jerome was less pleased with Paula's other daughter, who married. But when her husband died, she turned to the ascetic life, which she embraced.
Minus Academy 2005, Catholicism, Part 1, Memory, Session 2.
Was composed by Hildegard of Bingen. And one of the things that I'd noticed was that it was just as the second millennium began that music was changed forever. Instead of being something transitory and evanescent, a monk named Guido managed to transcribe it in such a way that for the first time another person who'd never heard the music before could look at a bit of paper and read and then play or sing exactly the notes that the composer had written. And the music was composed by Hildegard, and she's about the first, so I was reading, the first composer of whom we know any biographical details. So she'll come up a bit later in the evening. In the handout at the end of last week for the transition period, which is a mere 7 centuries that we covered between the time of Constantine and where we're starting this evening, the mention was made of a struggle between emperor and popes. And the problems of the empire were quite real. When Charlemagne died, his empire was divided up among his sons. That was the law of the Franks, just carved it up, which meant that the empire disintegrated and got more and more split up. The feudal system came in, a different system entirely, based on a series of local obligations in which a lord would be in charge, in which the locals were required to maintain him by working for free, as well as working on their own lands, and being available if the enemy arrived to make up the forces. A few were full-time soldiers, became knights and had lots to do with charging one another on horses and various things that we see in the movies at times. That was the feudal system, but it did not come into present-day Germany in the same way. A man there who was one of the dukes of the area of present-day Saxony decided he wanted to become emperor again, and so he approached the Pope of the day. This Pope was an exceptional Pope. His name was John the 12th, and is one of the real candidates for the worst Pope in history. So Otto, the emperor, or the emperor-to-be, approached him and said he'd like to be crowned emperor. And John refused. But a little later, John was whose background was entirely military, and he was the son of a prince in a local area there, so he had no interest in church things whatever. And a little later, John needed some help, so he let Otto know that if he'd like to come over with an army, he might manage to find time to crown him as emperor and also help him out in other ways. Well, that was in the time of John, who is described in the Catholic Encyclopedia, no less, not the one over in the corner, which is the New Catholic Encyclopedia. This one is available online if ever you want to look up things. And they use these words to talk of him, John the 12th. A coarse, immoral man whose life was such that the Lateran was spoken of as a brothel, and the moral corruption in Rome became the subject of general odium. Well, he crowned Otto as emperor, and before the year was out, a synod of 50 bishops meeting at St. Peter's accused Pope John of sacrilege, simony, perjury, murder, adultery, and incest. So soon afterwards, Otto dismissed him and charged him with treason and had a layman elected as pope in his place. He also made a law that all future popes had to take an oath of allegiance towards him before they could start operating as pope. You can see the power thing, can't you, very clearly spelt out. John died on the 14th of May 964, 8 days after he had, according to rumour, this is another quote from the Catholic Encyclopedia, been stricken by paralysis in the act of adultery. And a contemporary chronicler relates that on that occasion the devil dealt him a blow on the temple, in consequence of which he died. Another source suggests that the blow was with an axe or a hammer, and that the devil was in the form of the husband of the woman that the Pope was in bed with. So, things have been bad, haven't they? Emperor Otto found the church a useful means of establishing order throughout his dominions, and this deserves to be thought about. What he did was appoint bishops as princes over states where the emperor had some control or a degree of that anyway. The double advantage was that they were well educated with administrative skills, and secondly, when they died, they could not, as celibates, be succeeded by legitimate sons. We're not saying anything about whether there might have been other candidates around, but because of that, it meant that their territory could come back to the emperor to be given to some new candidate who he chose, who would cooperate with him, and the word is simony, who paid a nice little bribe along the way in order to become the next prince bishop. That became quite widespread and lasted right through to the time of the Reformation, that practice. Very appealing for the emperors because of that aspect of it, that the territories came back directly into their own control instead of becoming a hereditary princedom passing from father to son. Lay investiture is a word that comes up often if we're looking at this period of the Middle Ages. And what it is about is that in that process, such as the emperor giving the command of this area as a prince to a bishop, the bishop would kneel before the prince and would be handed his objects symbolizing his office, and the church clearly felt that this showed a subservience of the church to the state power. And they weren't entirely happy about that. The same system, though, operated in very many of the feudal areas as well, and so you had bishops kneeling in front of the local leader in very many different places. Pope then succeeded pope, often chosen by pressure or bribery of local nobility around Italy, who were able to achieve the election of a son or a relative, offering them a lot of advantages, of course. One pope elected in this way was Benedict IX. Benedict, not a German in this case, was the nephew of his two immediate predecessors as pope, and is a possible candidate that could challenge John the 12th as the worst pope ever. He was no more than 20 when elected, and one source says he was 12, but I find that too difficult to believe. And because of the dissolute life he was leading, he was driven out of Rome in 1044 by another faction, one of the other Italian families. Sylvester III was elected in his place on the 20th of January 1045, and then just 22 days later, Benedict returned with enough power to be able to expel Sylvester, but it seems that Benedict had fallen in love, either during that little break or previously, and he wanted to marry legally. So only 3 weeks later, he approached a good man, Archpriest John Gratian, and in return for a huge sum of money, one source I saw said 80 kilos of gold. I think that was a lot of money in those days. I think it would be quite a lot today, in fact. He agreed to step aside, and John Gratian was duly elected as Gregory VI in May 1045. But a short time later, Benedict repented of his decision and decided he was going to depose Gregory, and that resulted in another intervention by an emperor, this time Henry III. Benedict, these popes, Sylvester and Gregory, all three were deposed by a council the emperor set up at a place called Sutri, and a new candidate was needed, and the emperor said, "That's all right, I will provide one." And he chose a German bishop who didn't live very long, and neither did the next German bishop that he chose. I should add that these were good men that the emperor was choosing, and the emperor himself regarded himself as a kind of prince bishop, not in any way a bishop, of course, but he used to dress up in high priest robes and have all kinds of zodiacal signs on him and so forth. So he regarded himself as something like a biblical high priest. The third of these popes, the other two being very short-lived, another German bishop, was to become Leo IX, and he ruled from 1048 to 1054. And he was the greatest of these emperor-appointed popes. He did his work strenuously and tried to overcome corruption and restore respect for the papacy, and he did so in a way that we'd love for popes to do today. He held a series of synods of bishops at which he presided, and in all of these local areas right throughout Europe, he brought in the reforms that were needed to get the church back on track. An interesting thing was happening, and I'm sure Emperor Henry hadn't thought of this, but Leo and his successors, the next one was the last German bishop before the present pope, so a gap there of some 900 years or whatever it is to the present pope, Benedict. But these popes were determined to try to end this system whereby the emperor just appointed the person that he wanted to be pope. And so the time came, and it was after the death of Leo IX, but it was also after the death of the emperor in 1056. Henry died, and in that window of opportunity, within about 3 years, the Pope at the time, Nicholas II, published a decree which said that new popes should be elected by the cardinals. The next election, oh, by the way, the son of the emperor who succeeded him at that time was a boy of 6. So this was the opportunity that the popes had needed to try and restore a system of election, and the next election took place while this boy was still only about 10 years of age, and they followed the new rule, and it was never possible for emperors again to regain their previous level of control. The restoration of papal power then was achieved with amazing speed. Now this is about the mid-60s of the 1000s, and by about 10 years later, a fiery monk from Cluny whose name was Hildebrand, became Pope Gregory VII. The young 6-year-old, back at the time when his father died, was now emperor and about 21, and he was a pretty powerful personality himself. There was a huge battle, not in the physical sense, although the popes in those days used to worry about having troops and going to battle, between the emperor and the pope, and the pope declared him excommunicated. Henry laughed, and then suddenly discovered that all of his supporters, who he thought he could rely on, immediately took that as an excuse for abandoning him as emperor. And there's one of those scenes that you would just really love to have had somebody there with a video. It happened up in the high Alps at a place called Canossa. The emperor, in ordinary clothes and without any shoes on his feet, standing in the snow, holding his baby and begging the Pope to come out and give him forgiveness. Suddenly things had reversed, but not totally, because before the end of Gregory's life, Henry had expelled him from Rome and he died in exile, so the battle was still going on. Another place where a battle that you might be familiar with took place about a century later, and I've called that in the little notes you've got, Murder in the Cathedral. And that was in England, the situation, and that was another Henry II, King of England, whose favourite, his best friend, was Thomas Becket. He made Becket his chancellor, and Becket had been a wonderful support to the king. But the king was determined to make his royal power to extend as far as possible according to all the latest theories of law. What he didn't seem to have realised was that Thomas Becket had been brought up, as was often the way for somebody who was young and promising, in the household of the Archbishop of Canterbury, who had sent him off to Italy in order to be educated, and he sent him to Bologna. And there was a school of law whose favourite son was a monk named Gratian, who had put together one of the greatest collections of legal decisions in history, making great use of the newly rediscovered Codex of the Emperor Justinian from about 5 centuries earlier. And there, the young Becket learnt that there was another side, and a lot of the ideas about church authority that he was later to put into practice. Because Henry got the bright idea when the Archbishop of Canterbury died that he would appoint his friend, and my friend will do what I want. Instead, Becket was as loyal to the church as Archbishop of Canterbury as he had previously been loyal to the king. And so it was in a series of events which will be in the notes when, if you wish to get a copy, but all including this struggle between the Emperor and the Archbishop of Canterbury, church and state law. Henry finally lost his temper with Thomas. He was in France at the time. 4 knights, 4 barons as they were, took ship, crossed the Channel, rowed down to Canterbury and murdered Thomas in the cathedral in front of all the congregation gathered there for Vespers. Another one of those iconic scenes that you can just visualize. But what it meant was incredible, and you can think about that too. It's described by Bokenkotter, a historian we've referred to a number of times from last week, as the most reported event in medieval history throughout Europe. Shock and horror everywhere, and finally the king was excommunicated by the Pope. He was made to do penance, and he attended at the grave of Thomas in repentance. Once again, it wasn't the end of the church-state battle. It was still going on, but on this particular occasion, the king had done something more dramatic and had lost out very badly. The zenith of papal power during the Middle Ages, and probably during the whole church history, was under Pope Innocent III, who we'll talk about a little later in the evening. In a second area that we're looking at what became the split between Rome and Constantinople. Constantinople, the city that Constantine had built and had made the centre of the Roman Empire, had automatically become much more important in the church. And of course, the patriarchs of Constantinople, as you can imagine, considered that they really should be more important than Rome, because Rome was now inferior politically to Constantinople, therefore it should be inferior as far as the church was concerned. For some reason or other, the popes in Rome didn't agree with that reasoning, and so there'd always been sort of difficulties of one kind or another between the two, and often these were made worse by distance there was between them, by language differences. And we're not just talking about Greek on the one side and Latin on the other. We're also talking about a very different language in which they expressed their theology. The kind of theology expressed in the East, they use the word Byzantine, Byzantium being the old name for Constantinople, to refer to the ways in which things were infinitely intricate in detail and all the nuances and so forth. Over in the West, much more legalistic in the way that things were expressed. Well, Leo the Ninth, the same man that we just saw being appointed by the Emperor Henry, wanted to see if it was an opportune time, and it seemed an opportune time for there to be a rapprochement between East and West. What seemed to create the opportunity were the Viking Normans. The Normans were very good soldiers, bigger than most the average Europeans from the south of Europe, and much desired as mercenaries. And so they'd been called down to southern Italy some years earlier and had, after a while, decided, instead of just receiving their pay by the local prince, to get rid of the local prince or king and take over the area themselves. This was a great tragedy as far as Leo was concerned in Rome, the Pope, but also as far as the Eastern Emperor was concerned, because for centuries southern Italy and Sicily had been part of Constantinople's area of influence and power. I can remember a story that was told by Desmond Morris, who did a series on the human growth from the ape and so forth, talking about symbolic ways of signifying things and pointing out that halfway up Italy there was a mountain, and on one side they had the Greek way of saying no, which was to go like that and lift your head right back, and on the other side of the mountain they said no by shaking their head like that. So that was an area that had long been under the Greeks, and they felt it should come back. And so a perfect opportunity. The emperor replied, a reasonable reply. The Pope, in the meantime, however, had decided to go to war against the Normans. Not a very wise thing to do. They not only defeated him, they captured him, they put him in prison in a place called Benevento, and he was given secretaries and so forth, but he was a prisoner there until he died in 1054. But during that year, he decided still he would send over a cardinal and other legates to see if they could make an agreement with the East. Once again, it's horrific, really, to see how they behaved over there. The cardinal, whose name was Humbert of Moyen-Moutier, was the bearer of two letters that were going to be given, one to the patriarch, the archbishop, and the other to the emperor, The one to the Patriarch, not at all diplomatic. The one to the Emperor sort of as coming from in a fatherly sort of a way from the Pope over in the West. Well, Humbert's Greek, which he thought was very good, wasn't. And he did things that were totally opposed to all their ideas of courtesy over in the East and took no effort to discern what were their attitudes towards the way to behave, lost his temper, and solemnly walked into the great Sancta Sophia Cathedral. You still see it. It's the magnificent cathedral built in the 600s by Justinian. And he walked up to the altar and put 2 decrees of excommunication of the Patriarch and the Emperor. Well, Rome said later, well, it wasn't really valid because Pope Leo IX had died in between. He just hadn't heard, so it didn't really work. But that didn't console the Greeks very much, did it? You can imagine. And many people still put that year down, 1054, as the year of the beginning of the Orthodox Church as opposed to, instead of as in cooperation with the Roman Church. It wasn't as clear-cut as that seems to indicate when you look at the fact that 30 years later, or just towards the end of that century, the Greek Emperor Alexius wrote to the Pope of the time, Urban II, and asked him for help in driving off the Turks. By this time, the Turks were coming right across and had come 3/4 of the way across modern-day Turkey on the Asian side and were very clearly within a short opportunity of capturing Constantinople. Fierce warriors and Muslims. For reasons that were a little more involved than those of Alexius, Urban II, who was also a monk from Cluny, was in France for a synod that was taking place at a little town called Clermont in the Auvergne, and afterwards there had been a lot of people gathered, and so Urban came out, and it was his own local language, and he was an orator, and he spoke to these people, and he talked to them about the need. He said, "Undertake this journey for the remission of your sins, assured of the imperishable glory of the kingdom of heaven." And the people shouted out, "Deus vult," it is God's will. That was the beginning of the Crusades. Well, there were several other ideas in Urban's mind, without any doubt. One was that by this time there were a lot of soldiers around, these knights that were quite fierce warriors and determined to have a war here or there, wherever the opportunity might occur, and if there wasn't an opportunity, they were ready to make one. And so, instead of that, here's the Pope saying, go over to the holy places and rescue them from the Muslims. And so they all agreed. Now, it's an interesting element in regard to this that not one king of Europe took part in the Crusades at this time. Later they did. But at this time they were all nobles of the second rank. And one of their desires was, well, when we get over there, we can find ourselves a place to rule. But it was like a shambles because there were all these different nobles and they were never brought together in any coherent kind of way. Each had his own soldiers, his own forces. The only thing that they did in common was to sew a cross and put it on there, a bit later mostly. That's the cross, crux, the Latin crusade, comes from that word. Taking the cross was the way they talked about going on the crusades. And the Pope made special indulgences for people who went and fought in the crusades and so on. They set off in all different directions, well, 3 major directions. The 3 ways to Constantinople, where they were to go first, were through Hungary, or through northern Italy and modern-day Croatia, or by sea, taking ship at Apulia and going across that way to Constantinople. They arrived at Constantinople, and the emperor was a bit concerned. He had no capacity to deal with an army of this size because it's estimated to be something of the order of 50 to 60,000. So he managed to get them on their way and sort of say, well, I'll help you cross the Dardanelles and get on your way. But one extremely sad element in that, once again from this time I'm quoting from, let me see, I think it's from the, I can't see it quickly here, but I think it is from the Catholic Encyclopedia. The most evil record was that of Emico, Count of Leiningen, whose exploits were the massacre and plunder of the Jews in the Rhineland towns. They hadn't even gone anywhere, and they went in and massacred the Jews. By the way, the reason, this, it says, is the beginning of a terrible tradition of fanatical brutality in medieval history. This first time in which that happened, you need to understand that what the Jewish people did was under very strict restrictions, and they were not allowed to own much property. They couldn't own farms or anything of the kind, almost anywhere in Europe. And so they were pretty well pushed into lending money. The Catholic Church had recognized the book of Leviticus saying, you shall not lend money to your brother and expect him to pay more money to you in return, interest in other words, had been taken to be a total prohibition of lending money at interest. Now the Jews, of course, for whom the book of Leviticus was their Bible, read the same thing and they said, to your brother. So that means you can't lend money to your fellow Jew, but you can lend it to anybody else and charge interest. Now that became rather important to a lot of people who wanted to borrow money. And so quite often the Jews were invited into places in order to be able to provide the money. But in those days, and right through to the 1900s at least, it very often happened in a small town or village that the money lender soon owned the whole place. And it was never really possible, like if you can think of the farmer running out of his own grain and therefore needing to borrow money to buy grain, it would be at a very high price. He grows grain and then he sells it at harvest time and the price is going to be way down. So the amount of money he pays is almost never going to be able to recover. And so one of the things they always did, apart from murdering them on these pogroms, as to give it the later name, these massacres of the Jews, was they burnt all his books. So there was another aspect to that which mightn't occur to you. The Crusaders, and this is Bokenkotter summing up, swore an oath of fealty, that's of obedience, if you like, to Emperor Alexius. They captured the Muslim capital of Nicaea and gave it back to the emperor. And then one of the great epics of military history occurred, as wearing their mail, their chain mail and all this heavy armour, they went either on foot or on horses that were often nearly dying of thirst, fending off attacks from the Turks and tormented by lack of food and water and the extreme heat. 4 months later, they reached Antioch and began a siege there, which fell to them in June 1098, and then they won the decisive victory that determined the successful outcome of the First Crusade. And that occurred when they captured Jerusalem, having previously got Edessa and Syrian Tripoli, and they stormed Jerusalem on the 15th of July, 1099, sobbing with excessive joy, as one historian writes, their hands still bloodied from the indiscriminate massacre of Muslims and Jews in the streets, as the Catholic Encyclopedia writes. They murdered just about anybody that was around in Jerusalem at that time. Hand Jerusalem back to the emperor, who had once been the ruler of those parts of the world. Instead, they set up a Latin kingdom, and one of their number, after a little while, Godfrey de Bouillon, became the king there, and it remained a Latin empire for about 150 years. That had a number of effects which are quite significant. It meant that the Muslim, or particularly the Turkish, westward move was held back by something like 300 years. They didn't capture Constantinople until 1453. Now here, back in 1095, the emperor thought he was gone. So that's a long while later, 350 years or so. It also had a huge effect on trade, because they were now able in the West, the Venetians, for example, and this accounted for the rise of Venice, to deal directly with the Arabs, who were in the middle, in between silks and spices and all these other much desired things coming from the east. And so they bypassed Constantinople, which had been the previous centre through which these things were distributed. Very big increase in trade. And we don't think of it, but one of the biggest things in trade in the medieval times was relics. And they took as many relics as they could find. There were fake relics that they also found, picked up a nail at a local blacksmith shop, and a crusader would say, this, to the next town, this is one of the nails that nailed Jesus to the cross. So a wonderful scope. But they also did have ways of authenticating some of the things that they'd taken, and they wanted the ones that were genuine. The much debated Shroud of Turin, almost certainly taken from Constantinople or somewhere over there in the east, was probably taken in this kind of way, and very possibly after the Fourth Crusade, in which a crusading army camped outside of Constantinople, were unpaid for several months, and so they said, let's take Constantinople. Went in, murdered, pillaged, stole relics, and set up, would you believe, a Latin diocese there. The Greeks would have loved that, wouldn't they? And that probably is the real final end, although later efforts were made, but it is the final separation of East and West, the Orthodox Church and the Latin Church. New religious orders are another area of great interest, and this is quite fascinating to me, because Benedict wrote his rule around about 550, thereabouts. No other religious orders except monastic systems were set up for about 500 years. And then suddenly a huge number of new orders began to be established. It's hard to see how did it happen like this, but in some ways there are things that we mightn't even think of that took place. There had been various reforms of monasticism and of Benedictine monasticism. For example, the famous monastery of Cluny. You can still see it if you go to France. You probably would have a quick look at that and go out to a little incomplete place called Taizé and enjoy the reality of life just really being lived in a wonderfully genuine monastic way. But Cluny had reformed back in the 900s the whole of Benedictine monasticism, but it didn't basically change the monastic pattern. What it did was largely connect abbeys which had previously been separate from one another and had never had common policies. Their abbots started gathering together and following certain principles in common. That was one of the things that is largely from Cluny. The physical structure of a monastery is something that reflects the world in which they were built. The huge walls were needed as much for protection as much as possible from marauders and from passing armies or whatever. And so they literally were to keep those out, and not only reflecting the desire to cut oneself off from the world. But even with that cutting themselves off from the world, the monasteries were very active centres for hospitality, care of the poor and the sick, and also for education and the preservation of ancient knowledge. All of the pagan literature that survived until the Renaissance, for example, had been copied in monasteries. There's something that is worth mentioning at this stage, and that is a certain tradition in the English universities, which had become very anti-Catholic in their attitude, decided that the medieval period didn't even deserve to be looked at. You looked at the Roman world, and then you jumped through to the Renaissance, the period of the 1400s onward. And they called the part in between the Dark Ages. Now, as tonight I hope is going to reveal, these Dark Ages included the establishment of the very universities that some of these people were writing from and making these extravagant dismissals of the achievements of the early 1000s and 1100s. Well, the church also had the same attitude of trying to protect women and ensuring their safety in convents. And some of the rigid rules had a bit more justification than the mere desire to repress women, even though that was also very much part of the package. Another surprising element that deserves to be kept in mind was, wait for it, global warming. Around about 800, the temperatures began to change. These things can happen with remarkable speed, and we may be in the middle of one of them at the present time, and I'm no expert on these things, but the fact is that the change in temperatures at that time had a huge effect on Europe. They made many areas that had been much more marginal able to be made very much fertile, and life became a lot easier for people. Towns increased in number. It's pointed out that the populations of these towns were only something like about 10,000, but that was quite a significant part of community life, and was going to bring about, but very slowly, the end of feudalism. And so in this kind of way, Europe was changing, and along with those changes, people began to have new desires, new aspirations. The ways in which the world had been a very frightening kind of place, with people going around on horses, groups, I think they were the sort of bikies of their time, young fellows getting around on their horses and going in and capturing a small place and setting on fire everything, stealing anything valuable, raping all the women and moving on to the next place. That was the world for some hundreds of years before the times we're now looking at. But now in a place there is a return to something of the degree of law that Charlemagne had applied and enforced in around the 800s AD, and so people were beginning to have different aspirations. From 1075 AD, an amazing number of new religious orders were founded. Some of these included a monastic form, the Carthusians. I remember reading at one time, the Carthusians, they go away and live in groups almost separated from one another, but coming together for prayer, but in each person, and they've never needed reform. Almost all of the orders going back to those times have needed to be reformed, and sometimes fairly quickly after they were established, but not the Carthusians. Ways of decorating. They didn't like all of the ornate decorations that people had started to put into cathedrals and so on. different others that I won't go through in detail. Some of their names are rather difficult. St Norbert it was, who was near a town called Premontre, and the Premonstratensians were a very interesting order. They in fact were different also in that he was very much, his work appealed to a large number of women. And by the year 1150, there were about 10,000 women in various monasteries of that order, living more strict lives than most monks. But once again, there was a tide of criticism, very anti-female, and by 1130, efforts were being made to get rid of the women. Popes really tried to protect the rights of the women, because what had happened, you need to bear in mind that at that time, the dowry that a woman was given to take into the convent was to be her support for the rest of her life. So it was very significant for her survival, and it was very difficult for a lot of families to raise that kind of money that was needed. And now the monks were taking away the dowry money from the women. So not nice things were happening at that time. Well, one of the abbots of this order with the strange name that we're talking about, Conrad of Marktal, put the reason for rejecting women in a very clear way. This followed on a general chapter saying that no more women were to be permitted, quote, "Since the times are dangerous and the church is burdened beyond measure, we have decided by common consent that we will henceforward receive no more sisters." But Conrad put it more exactly. "We and our whole community of canons, recognizing that the wickedness of women is greater than all the other wickedness of the world, and that there is no anger like that of women, and that the poison of snakes and dragons is more curable and less dangerous to men than the familiarity of women, have unanimously decreed for the safety of our souls, no less than for that of our bodies and goods, that we will on no account receive any more sisters to the increase of our perdition, but will avoid them like poisonous animals." Well, it's a bit uplifting to turn one's attention to a woman like Hildegard of Bingen, one of the famous women of those early times, and quite remarkable, the Sibyl of the Rhine, sometimes called. That's a sort of ancient description of a prophet. No less than a genius in an extraordinary range of ways. She's the first composer, I read, whose biography is known. And so the music that we heard, which we'll hear again in the interval, which isn't far away, is that of Hildegard. When few women were accorded respect, major works of theology and recorded her visionary experiences. She wrote, there are still extant numerous letters she wrote advising bishops, popes, kings, emperors. She used the curative powers of plants, animals, trees, and stones for healing. She founded a vibrant convent where her musical plays were performed. She has been regarded as a saint, I see in the New Catholic Encyclopedia, from an early martyrology. So, another thing that I read says, less fortunately perhaps, she has been adopted by the New Age movement. So let's have a break there. If we can keep the interval to monasteries or nunneries, if we like, for women. A number of the orders had rules which women decided to follow and live in a similar sort of way. And the Cistercians interested very many of them and inspired very many of them. But the Cistercian attitude was very, very negative. And the interesting outcome was that as a result, the women were not interfered with. They started nunneries running on the Cistercian rule, and nobody from among the Cistercians approached them. And that's partly perhaps able to be explained by the most significant Cistercian of the time and of the early expansion of the order, Bernard of Clairvaux. He wrote to the abbot of a foundation that Bernard himself had established, and he wrote, "To be always with a woman and not to have intercourse with her is more difficult than to raise the dead. You cannot do the less difficult, raise the dead. Do you think I will believe that you can do what is more difficult?" This may tell us then something about the attitude of the Cistercians, but it didn't stop the women who founded monastery or nunnery after nunnery along the Cistercian lines, especially in Spain, where some of the largest and most aristocratic houses were founded. Away it went, and after a while they became very, very significant places, large numbers of nuns in them, under a largely theoretical supervision of a friendly individual abbot who wasn't as misogynistic as Bernard was, but in reality remarkably free to develop as they pleased. Pope Innocent III was scandalised to learn that some of these abbesses undertook the benediction of their own nuns, heard their confessions, and preached in the pulpits. So long had it gone on, and so many things were happening, and without any mention in the official acts of the Cistercian order, that eventually it was realised they needed to do something about it. And so from 1213, the Cistercian chapter tried to enforce stricter rules and closure, etc., on the nunneries, and ordered that their numbers should be limited. It was too late. The first declaration that no more nunneries should be attached to the order was made in 1228, but the effort was a failure. And in many places there were now more nunneries than monasteries of Cistercians. And likewise, the attempts to bring the nunneries under stricter supervision had equally limited success. The Cistercians found they just couldn't treat them with the firmness that from which they expected obedience of their monks. This from Southern. In the years 1242 to 44, when the policy of subordinating the nuns to the supervision of Cistercian abbots reached its peak, there were disturbances in the nunneries. The high-spirited abbess and nuns of Parc-aux-Dames in northern France shouted and stamped their feet and walked out of the chapter house when the official visitors told them of the recent legislation. In practices, the legislators had to bow before the force of feminine liberty. A major problem, though, of the convents was financial, and we referred to the dowries that had to be raised, and very often a young girl with perhaps the best possible qualifications to join such an order simply could not, or her family could not afford to pay the large dowry. A group of women in this category in Northern Europe worked together in an ad hoc way and became what became known as beguines. They belonged to no monastery or in any official way to a religious order. They took no formal vows, lived no officially approved rule, and continued to pursue ordinary occupations, committing themselves to a community life of simplicity and celibacy. Matthew of Paris, a chronicler as they call them back in those times, said in 1243 that 1,000 or more of them live in Cologne alone. He later added, they live a frugal life on the labour of their own hands, and they were in larger towns or cities right across northern Europe in small dwellings. This development, though, didn't happen unopposed, and different people made attempts to stop this kind of thing. They felt that these women were living too freely, and that shouldn't be allowed. If they were looked at in terms of what they did, they lived lives of prayer, meditation, and alongside worked in hospitals or education if they'd been educated themselves, caring for the elderly or weaving, lace making and embroidery. Most of them had very little opportunity of learning, but 2 or 3 of them in the 13th century left considerable records of their prayers and visions. So the effort was made then to bring them under control, as Bruno, Bishop of Olmütz in eastern Germany, wrote to the Pope with a wonderfully simple remedy. I would have them married or thrust into an approved order. That's the way. The General Council of Vienne in 1312 was sharply hostile and expressed great surprise that certain women, commonly called beguines, afflicted by a kind of madness, discuss the Holy Trinity and the divine essence and express opinions on matters of faith and sacraments, contrary to the Catholic faith, of course, deceiving many simple people. Since these women promise no obedience to anyone and do not renounce their property or profess an approved rule, they are certainly not religious, though they wear a habit and are associated with such religious orders as they find congenial. We have therefore decided and decreed with the approval of the Council that their way of life is to be permanently forbidden and altogether excluded from the Church of God. That's from the Council decrees and is cited by Southern. By the way, the second book in the series, The Pelican History of the Church, the one I'm holding up, it could have a different cover on it if you found it, is called Southern. It's one of the best studies of medieval religious life that you'll find anywhere. And he's not a Catholic, but he's really studied them. Oddly enough, that council that I just quoted from, there was obvious discussion, Southern suggests, because they weren't able to change that decree, but a number of others said, we're being too hard. And so the way they tried to soften it was by adding the following words a little later in the decrees of that gathering. In saying this, we by no means intend to forbid any faithful women from living as the Lord shall inspire them, provided they wish to live a life of penance and to serve God in humility, even if they have taken no vow of chastity, but live chastely together in their lodgings. So, thankfully, somebody got some sanity there about what good women were doing, helping so many people. That idea of crunching people into moulds so that it had to be this mould or that mould or otherwise they couldn't do that is so often the way, and it hasn't gone today, but there it was very much at that time, and fortunately some saw it rather differently. Pope Innocent III decided that there were enough religious orders, and so no more were to be founded. So, but there were, and 2 of them which were founded or approved after this decree forbidding any new ones were very famous indeed. And one was the Dominicans and the other the Franciscans. The Dominicans under Dominic achieved their situation not by following the Benedictine rule. They started when you needed to have some sort of rule, but there had been a rule of St. Augustine that was regarded as a rule. It really wasn't a rule in any strict enough sense, but nevertheless, it was the opportunity, it provided the opportunity. He'd written a letter, Augustine, way back, to a group of women who were trying to live together. And so they regarded that as a rule in this period when these new places were being discovered, being established. And it was, they were usually called canons, C-A-N-O-N, or C-A-N-O-N, canons, and they lived in fairly different kinds of ways. They were able to push it into the develop it into the direction that they wanted to, and that was literally the way that Dominic developed his rule. What the result was that a new approach was permitted in the church for priests that had not been the case previously. The approach previously was for religious, like monks, to have to chant the office and to belong to a place. Dominic had them take their vow to belong to an order. Now, it seems obvious to us, but if you think of a preset mind that you had to belong to a place, then belonging to an order was a huge development. Another thing was that they were not required to chant the office. They could recite the office in common. Much quicker, in other words, it didn't take the many hours out of the day that chanting the office at set times did, and enabled them, and the key word is to be mobile. Mobility really was the new feature of both the Dominicans and the Franciscans. The Franciscans were founded as what came to be called friars, which is brothers, and the Dominicans were called canons, but they were later also called friars, and in both instances they became what came to be called members of mendicant orders. Mendicare means to beg. Not that they had to beg for their food, but they did quite a lot of begging, and that was one of the ways in which they lived when they were being sent from one place to another. They didn't carry money or anything like that, but they would call on the charity of people along the way to enable them to get to do whatever work that they were sent to do. There was a lot of trouble later in the Franciscans about how much poverty had to be observed. Francis was not terribly literate. I think that's an understatement. And he didn't leave a written rule. He lived in a way that practically none of us could live, almost starved himself, and I think his loss of his vision, he was almost blind by the time that he died, was connected with that. People that go on hunger strikes, today they've studied them and they realise that after a certain number of days after food, their eyesight comes to be permanently affected and damaged. That's my guess only, I haven't seen it written anywhere, but I would say it's because he did so much fasting that he lost a lot of vision. But some of his followers were more practical and wrote rules that were realistic, because if you're a member of a religious order, you really do need to know where the roof is going to be tonight, where you're going to sleep. You really do, if you have a group of people, you can't have all of them starving to death, or all but. And so that was the practicality of the rule. But a resistance broke out among some who said, we're not being true to Francis, and these came to be called the spiritual Franciscans, and the disputes went on for some hundreds of years and resulted in the excommunication of the spiritual Franciscans. Very difficult. They were wanting to be more in the spirit of Francis, and yet you can look on the other side and see how realistic is it to expect people to have almost literally no money and no way of getting any, and still be able to live fruitful lives and travel around and so forth in the way that they might be required to. Leaving the religious orders, and it's a huge topic and I haven't dealt with it in any way, but to give you some idea of what happened in just 100 or 150 years, a total change in the way that religious orders were constituted, and religious orders reflect the active need of the church in a particular age. If you think about it, that's exactly what the founder of any religious order is trying to do. So if you look at the religious orders founded in the 1700s and the 1800s, very many of them were saying they were going to meet the needs of people who would never learn anything unless they were taught, so they would be the teachers. Now, today, that isn't necessary anymore. Different needs are there, and so different objectives are being found by religious orders that were founded to do that kind of work, for example. Same with regard to orders founded to work in hospitals. Well, as I say, leaving religious orders, enormous new growth taking place at this time. I mentioned briefly Gothic architecture, a new way of finding the ability to support structures. The biggest difficulty for any architect is to make sure the roof stays up there and it doesn't crash down because it's not supported strongly enough. And so the Roman architecture had enormous pillars. Gothic architecture found a new way of supporting by, first of all, bringing in together and therefore single pillars along the way like that, and much smaller than had been the case with the Roman arches. And then likewise the famous flying buttresses, where another row of pillars with a structural support going across to the main set of arches going along the centre of the cathedral, and in that way they began to build the tallest buildings that had ever been the case. I was once lucky enough to visit Lincoln Cathedral, and the sub-dean there, as it happened, was an Australian. It's now an Anglican monastery, of course, but he told me, the master of the fabric, and that was an old medieval name for the job that he still had, which was the fabric of the cathedral, and not, stones and so forth, and the wood of the construction, not fabric for making clothes. And he took me up to the roof of up in the ceiling, the inner roof of the building. It was absolutely extraordinary to see how that was built. And he told me something which I haven't heard anywhere else, but I have heard this part of it. When Lincoln Cathedral was first built, there was the monastery or the cathedral, and then on top of it was this enormous tower that went up a great height. And he said the first building, I'm taking his word for it, the first building that was taller than that was the Empire State Building. Now, that tower was struck by lightning about 200 years later and crashed down, and they never attempted to go up again. But a very interesting achievement when you think that this was happening. I don't know exactly now the year that Lincoln Cathedral was being built, but it was probably in the 1200s. And it's an amazing achievement. By the way, there's a novel by Ken Follett called The Pillars of the Earth, and it's a fictional description of one of these travelling architects who builds cathedrals, and gives a great sense of both that kind of work and also of the world of the early Middle Ages in England. The great artists of the era also were involved. Stained glass, murals, mosaics, and these were to assist preachers telling the stories of Scripture to people who largely were unable to read. And so they'd have a stained glass window showing Noah and an ark in the sea or whatever, and that would be able to illustrate the thing he was talking about from the Scriptures. Education. This was a very big development, and as I indicated a little while back, was the time when universities first began. What had existed previously were cathedral schools and monastic schools, almost the only centres of learning. That also meant that the students were nearly always regarded as clerics. The word clerk also comes from that. But being clerics was quite significant because it meant that they were able to obtain a living sometimes from the cathedral school they went to, and accommodation, very important to them. It also meant that they could be under the church law rather than the civil law, and that was a great advantage at times. Latin, of course, was the language of all educated people, and there were no language barriers, therefore, because of that. Peter Abelard, his years were 1079 to 1142, so we're looking at somebody, they used to use the word from about 1100, let's say, was probably the most gifted teacher in Europe during the 1100s, a brilliant logician, and he made his name by challenging one of the foremost teachers in Paris, the head of the cathedral school at Notre Dame Cathedral, over what to us is a very obscure idea, which is the concept of universals. Perhaps if I could just give a little brief description. We all know what a tree is. Is there such a thing, not as an individual tree, but a universal tree? What does that mean? How do we understand that to be? Well, according to Platonic philosophy, the philosophy of Plato, which the Church had followed largely for the first 1,000 years, there are such things out there as universals. A word that we were given to describe that is ultra-realism. The debate continued, and around about this time, the philosophy of Aristotle was starting to come in largely through the Muslims and mainly in Spain. And Aristotle's teaching was a bit different. Through the Aristotelian approach, the answer is yes, there is such a thing as a universal, but it is obtained from real things, the mind abstracting. The word abstraction is appropriate. By the way, the famous Dr. Woodbury talked these things many times and explained them in great detail to anybody that ever heard of his teaching or heard him talk, as I was privileged to do on a few occasions. And this abstraction from singular concrete data to a concept of tree is described as moderate realism. And basically, that is the approach that Abelard was using and challenging the man I just referred to. Later on, and this is totally irrelevant, William of Ockham denied abstraction and said the mind is capable of knowing only individual things. There's no such thing as a universal, and that's sometimes called nominalism. And you can compare that with idealism. I think idealism was very well summed up by a little couplet or short poem by Ronald Knox, which he published when he was a chaplain at university, which was, I can't remember the beginning of it. There was a young man who said, God must think it exceedingly odd when he finds that this tree simply ceases to be when there's no one about in the quad. So that's what idealism would say. By the way, an anonymous writer, which was probably also Ronald Knox, replied in the paper a little later, "Dear sir, it is not at all odd. I am always about in the quad, and that's why the tree never ceases to be, since observed by yours faithfully, God." As I say, a distraction because that's well past the time of Abelard. Abelard achieved extraordinary popularity as a teacher. The students flocked to his lectures. He had a fine singing voice, composed many songs, and throughout his life, his renown as a teacher was high among the students and played an important part in Paris becoming one of the first universities to be established. But that was a bit later on, after Abelard's time. His teaching skills seem to me to come through in his books, and even the titles, like one is called Sic et Non, which means yes and no. And what it was a collection of apparently contradictory statements from the fathers of the church, one appearing to say the opposite of what the other. He collected them all there, and then the students were supposed to look at them, look at the arguments, argue it out themselves and come to a conclusion. He got into terrible trouble for that book because he hadn't said which was right. So seriously, he got into trouble. Abelard was condemned twice, but there's a little bit more to the story, which I'll tell you briefly. Another one that he wrote was a book of ethics, and he called it Cito te ipsum, know yourself. How true if you think of ethics as deriving from an approach like that. Have good knowledge of yourself. Well, Abelard is most famous for his romance with the beautiful. Now, I don't know, the French pronunciation would be Héloïse. She's often anglicised as Heloise, so you pay your money and you take your choice. A series of letters that were written between them survive, and no other philosopher of the Middle Ages has given us such a window into his personal life. The History of My Troubles, his first in the collection, was called, and it was 20,000 words. And it's a very harsh criticism of himself by talking of how thoughtless and proud and so on he'd been. Heloise got a hold of a copy of the letter and wrote back to him. Well, an interesting thing has happened recently, by the way. More of their letters have recently been authenticated. A New Zealander named Constant Muse, whose book has been published by Oxford University Press, has looked at a series of letters that were published by a monk in the 1400s, not long after printing began, and it's telling you how to compose a letter in a stately kind of way. And he uses letters between two lovers. And it turns out that he had access to the monastery that Heloise spent her last years in. And the letters are identified and are not as late as the one where Abelard was writing years later on the story of my troubles. They're the letters that passed between them back in the early years. James Burge has written Heloise and Abelard, a new biography. Both of those books were published in 2004, so just last year. When their love affair was discovered, Abelard did the right thing and married Heloise, but he then persuaded her to go into the convent and he went into a monastery. And this may have been because of his wish to continue teaching, because you were supposed to be a celibate in order to be a teacher in those days. It may also be, these are only conjectures that the author I'm talking about here, James Burge, suggests that was the reason why Fulbert, the uncle of Heloise, took a very cruel revenge on Abelard. He hired some thugs to break in and castrate him. He lived after the experience and went on in a pretty sad life. I think his own character contributed greatly to his downfall because his logic was remorseless and he could cut somebody to pieces and never bothered about the fact that they were sort of just getting so angry that they could have killed him. And some of them, two of them in particular, both became bishops and were chosen by Bernard of Clairvaux, our good friend that we just referred to a moment ago, who was very hostile towards Abelard and put him on trial at two councils that condemned him. So a very sad thing. After his condemnation and after his death, many scholars avoided using his name, but nobody destroyed his books. As Burge points out, one was held by one of the cardinals in Rome when the charge of heresy had just been supposedly verified and didn't bother, kept, and so they still are available. His method of presenting a case with the arguments in favour of both sides was used by no less a person than Thomas Aquinas. It seems not. Argument 1, 2 and 3. But no. And then giving the right answer. Thomas didn't fall into the error of Abelard and rely on the students to try and work it out themselves. But I think that was great teaching, very challenging, saying, now take that and think about it and present your argument and let me hear it. Anyway, Peter Lombard, who wrote the Book of Sentences 100 years before Thomas and only about 10 or 15 years after Abelard's death, used exactly the same approach. Well, the rise of universities I've briefly alluded to. The other earliest university was at Bologna, where the monk Gracian, whom I mentioned, who wrote that wonderful collection, one of the great pieces of legal history, Bologna became the centre of learning the law, and other universities arose. The church leaders began to be worried. These places are not under control. Students were treated with suspicion because, while nominally clerics, they seemed to be subject to no authority at all. Teachers were suspect because they weren't monks or canons. They were these single people, no doubt, and the teachers' lessons were not being scrutinised by the right authority, and so they decided to bring in control. It turned out to be very easy because the church started to authorise universities, and so once they could do that, then they were able to regulate the conduct of students, the content of books, or the teachings of the teachers. And later, the church itself established new universities, and the Pope granted them privileges. It was a difficult life for students. They had to take a long time to earn the lowest degree. Doctorates in law and theology took 12 to 15 years. Examinations were oral, very severe, and rules had to be passed, including laws against knifing examiners. Muslim philosophers used classic Greek texts, but by the time they were being, particularly the ones of Aristotle, starting to be picked up, from Greek to Arabic to Latin was getting too far away from the original. Aquinas had the good fortune to have the best scholar in Greek of the West. He was Dutch, in fact. His name was William of Moorbeek. And so, using Aristotle's philosophy in a new way, a new theology came to be written. And so, for instance, in sacramental theology, we're all familiar with the need for matter and form, straight from Aristotelian philosophy. Vernacular literature started at this time also. At that stage, all education was in Latin, and so it didn't seem to matter much, and there were great advantages in Latin. For instance, a student could go from one university to any other, anywhere, and still understand the lecturers. They might have a heavy accent, but that's the case today. The other thing is that books, hand-copied, were more expensive than it would be to take a long trip across France and go across the English Channel and go to Oxford to listen to the writer of the book. So that was another advantage, as you can imagine. But for the church, it had the Latin language, had the disadvantage that the ordinary people no longer spoke it. And so at Mass, the people could only understand the sermon. And that's one of the reasons I was always staggered to discover that the rood screen in a cathedral meant that the consecration and all of the central part of the Mass was taking place behind a screen. Well, since nobody understood what they were saying anyway, then it probably was so that they could keep talking outside and rang a bell when the time of the consecration was taking place to get a bit of silence, hopefully, at any rate, at that important time. But the loss of the contact with the sacrifice of the Mass was tremendously important. The resistance of the Church, though, to such change was greater than that problem. But great writers like Dante, Petrarch, and in English, Chaucer, took to creating vernacular literature, and it was the beginning of major change. Some tried to apply this in the church, particularly another Englishman, John Wycliffe, who died before they could condemn him. He went off in different directions. And he had a Czech follower who had gone across to England from Prague, John Huss, and he also translated, as Wycliffe did, large parts of the scriptures into the local languages, but it was resisted by the church, and no action to help that take place was allowed. And the problem continued until the time of Luther. And unfortunately, by resisting change, the church gave Luther and the Protestants a chance to bring in some sensible things that they could have brought in 400 years previously. We'll talk about that next week. And so to Pope Innocent III, the most powerful pope of the Middle Ages. His years as pope were from 1198, so just before 1200, to 1216. If 1215 rings a bell for you, Magna Carta, yes, and he was involved. So a very significant man, not just because of that. He was only 10. Lothario di Segni was his name when Thomas Becket was murdered, and later, as a student in Paris, he travelled over to Canterbury. That's where Chaucer sent his pilgrims to, of course, the Canterbury Tales, to the tomb of and shrine of Thomas, and in 1198, aged 37, he became Pope Innocent III. Here's Bokencotter's description. A man of small stature but enormous talent, admired rather than loved. Innocent had one of the finest legal minds of the age, as is shown by his thousands of letters. They reflect a wide-ranging grasp of the Church's situation and a tremendous concern for its welfare. He advanced the concept of papal sovereignty by claiming that the temporal power itself derived from the Pope. And he used the comparison of the sun and the moon to describe relations between the spiritual and temporal authority. He was the first Pope to take the title Vicar of Christ. He called a council of the Church, the Fourth Lateran Council it's called, and it is quite remarkable for its achievements. It also, tragically, was the last time there was such a council for 200 years. That was in 1215 also, there were 400 and more bishops, 800 abbots and priors, and ambassadors representing all the kingdoms. And Maurice Keene, who is another historian of the Middle Ages, says the chroniclers were awed by the size of the assembly and the distinction of its members. The Western Church was represented, every religious order, as also the Latin patriarchs of Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Antioch, coming from out from behind the Muslim powers, and the churches of Armenia and Bulgaria, the Western Emperor, the Emperor of Constantinople, and the kings of France, England, Jerusalem, Hungary, and Poland all had proctors present to speak for them. Something like a representative parliament of all Christendom was brought together. Well, they did do very good things. They looked at the dangers confronting the church. Decrees condemned drunkenness among the clergy, against their feasting, hawking, going out with hawks.
Finest Academy 2005, Catholicism, Part 1, Memory, John Hosie. This is Session 3.
The Reformation. My first professor of English at university was Gordon Greenwood, and he always insisted that the event wasn't to be called the Protestant Reformation, but the Protestant Revolution. He wasn't a Catholic, but he said it was a revolution, it wasn't reform of the church. And what happened when the church did start to reform could be called a Reformation. But it's such a commonly accepted name, the Reformation, that we don't even think for a moment to argue with it. And if we're talking about that, then it probably seems we're going to be looking at a number of things that go badly in the church, or appear to, and you could sort of say, what again? Well, I reflected on that a little and cast the mind back to what we were talking about last week. And there are a number of things that I'd just like to draw our attention to that let us realise that these events have a great many meanings, and on the positive side, no less, and perhaps even more than on the negative side. For instance, we said that the founding of religious orders, that's the front line of the church. That's where the needs are, and that's where somebody gets out there, sees the need, and forms a religious order in order to deal with that particular need. It's the church in action. And when we think about all those thousands of people who joined religious orders at the time we're talking about, the 1000s and the 1100s and the 1200s, committing themselves to caring for those in need, seeking also to save their own souls, it's quite a marvellous example. And I think there are very few, I don't think there are any religions that can match up to the way people have been perpetually or continually inspired to commit themselves in that kind of way to the help of others. When we look at them, we find that they very often behaved badly, and that's what human beings do, isn't it? There was once a time, they used to call it hagiography, when the lives of saints, which may have been mostly true as they were written down, omitted anything that was at all negative, and so there wasn't the slightest, and you just knew life isn't like that. People don't live in that kind of way. Particularly we saw how women were treated, and that perhaps seemed very bad indeed. But it was harsh, but it was also at a time when the situation of women was far worse in ordinary society, in towns, in villages, among the peasants and so forth, than it was in the religious orders of those days, even though we're reading about how the monks were dealing with them fairly harshly. And one of the things that was said in the times when they were being strongly criticised by some of the orders were that they had too much liberty. And that was the situation for women in those days. They had no liberty at all. They had to be, and this was what was being said to the Beguines, if you think about them for a moment, they should either marry or get themselves into a proper religious order. They shouldn't be living in these houses and going out and doing things by themselves. They have too much liberty, was the message. We need to put it in the context of the time, not look at it in terms of 2005 and say, isn't that terribly harsh and oppressive? It was, but everything else was even worse. The battles between emperor and pope, which went on for hundreds of years, look at that in terms of its ultimate outcome, and you'll see today what we treasure, the separation of church and state. Not all that long ago, Michael organised a series of talks by two Muslim mullahs, and I was here and we spoke about some of the things leading in the Catholic Church towards the separation of church and state. I was waiting to see if they would pick it up. Didn't even refer to it. The law. It's good for us to remember that modern law was taken directly from church law. Back in the 1100s, once again, one of the greatest advances in the writing and collection of the law and the study of the law took place at what became later, because of that, the University of Bologna. It was the Montgration. We talked about this last week. So let's not sort of see as if we're looking at everything with either rose-coloured glasses or dark glasses. Let's see it as what people were like, how they acted, where they did good things, where they didn't. We can't just dismiss, say, the work of the Franciscans and the Dominicans, which we did talk about only very briefly. We need to recognise that they did a new kind of apostolate in the church which transformed many lives. Well, the Reformation, as we call it, begins with a focus on Martin Luther. And in the little note that you have, the page handout there, it tells us that tragic story that began his decision to go into the religious life when he was travelling one night and a terrible storm broke out and his companion was struck by lightning and killed. And he was terrified, as we could all understand, and made a vow to St. Anne, the Mother of Our Lady, that he would, if he survived, go into religious life, which he did. It seems surprising to discover that he only took 2 years before he was ordained a priest, but that was the way things were in those days, and there's no question about whether he did catch up with the theology that he needed. He went on and studied all his life. But that life had begun, and we these days tend to look back on how people's lives, early lives are, in a very harsh home. His father and mother lost every other child that she conceived. He was the only child. Was he spoilt? In no way. As he told, in Luther's later life, people used to think he was so important that they wrote down everything he said when they were having meals and things like that. So out came some sort of remarkable stories, some of which were, he was a bit from the country and peasant-like, and so he used some pretty crude language and things like that. But he was a human being. And his father had been extremely harsh, and on one occasion, as he related, he'd taken a nut from a bowl without permission, and he was beaten until the blood flowed. There's a famous, one of the probably top 3 or 4 most famous psychologists in the 1900s, Erik Erikson, who wrote a book about that, about Luther, and it was called Young Man Luther. It was sneered at by the historian G.R. Elton. You can't imagine a psychologist writing a real piece of history, can you? But it had very great insights, it seemed to me, as I read that story, and it became a play later and was presented. The career of Luther was in the Augustinian order, and he rose very quickly, but he was fairly early struck by a great depression, personal, in his own life. And he wrote about it later, and it's quoted directly in the notes that will be available next week for tonight. Luther wrote, "When I was a monk, I used to immediately believe that it was all over with my salvation every time I experienced the concupiscence of the flesh." That's an old spiritual term for tendency towards fleshly things. That is to say, Luther explained, an evil movement against one of the brethren of envy or anger or hatred or of jealousy and so forth. I used to try various remedies. I used to go to confession every day, but that didn't help me at all. For this concupiscence of the flesh was always returning, so that I could never find peace, but was everlastingly tormented with the thought, you have committed such and such a sin, and you are still a prey to jealousy, to impatience, and the rest. It did you no good to receive holy orders, and all your good works are just useless. Luther later blamed the teachings of William of Ockham that had been part of his upbringing and his school days, from which he'd learnt that everything depended on one's own good works. In 1508, he was transferred to the town of Wittenberg, which is about 100 kilometres southwest of Berlin. He'd been at university, he'd got his doctorate, he was teaching, but he was only 6 years. The university had only existed for 6 years when he was sent there. He took his Bachelor of Theology degree there, and a year later he returned to Erfurt to lecture in theology in the Augustinians' own house of studies, and he began to read the writings of Augustine, the patron of the order. Whether we relate that to any of the things we've talked about through these nights is up to yourself, but it could be that one found some connections there. He made a trip to Rome at one time on behalf of the order and found things rather shocking. And then when he'd received his degree in theology, he took the chair of biblical theology at Wittenberg again, and he held that post for the rest of his life. He studied the Psalms, letters to the Romans, Galatians, Hebrews, in lectures that contained the whole of his theology. And Luther has been studied very deeply by all kinds of Catholic and Protestant theologians. He was a very good theologian. And it is true to say that the great Calvin, who wrote the book as far as Protestant theology is concerned, took more than 90% of the teachings that he set out in those books from Martin Luther. That difficulty in believing in his own goodness, though, stayed with him until he was reflecting at one time, and he came across a passage in the letter of Paul to the Romans, and the words, "The just man lives by faith." And that became for him the change point. He called it justification by faith, and he added the word alone, which became a matter of conflict with the church in its own teachings on that area of justification by faith. But perhaps if I were to explain it in a graphic kind of way, Luther saw the person as being bad. That's like Martin Luther is bad. He saw himself and therefore everybody as bad. And in that outlook, let's see just a little stick figure as the human being, the merits of Christ after one is justified by faith are like a cloak or a curtain that hides the person, and now God doesn't look and see the bad person that's there, but sees the merits of his Son. If you reflect on that, you'll realise that it doesn't really involve forgiveness in any realistic way. And I think it might almost be true to say that if Luther had had a real concept of forgiveness and had been able to believe in being forgiven and that God does forgive us, then so many things wouldn't have happened. We can't even guess. We're talking of might have beens. But that whole concept of justification by faith alone, which meant so much to him, becomes in one sense unnecessary, if you like, because it was too difficult for him to believe that he was genuinely forgiven. It's enough to say very briefly that the church at that time, especially on the continent and most certainly in the area we call Germany, reminding ourselves that it was still that collection of small states all over the place, many, many of them, I think something like about 80 or 90, were filled with widespread abuses. The one exception was probably Britain, and we'll look at that next week. That's part of next week's theme. But in those areas, I suppose an outstanding example is worth mentioning because this man was involved with Luther, and his name was Albrecht. He was Albrecht. The family was a very wealthy one. His brother was a prince bishop also, Joachim of Brandenburg. That's the area where Berlin is. Albert was about 22, or Albrecht was about 22, and at that time, as it had been always, the law was that it was forbidden for a bishop to be the bishop of more than one diocese at the same time. But in 1513, not yet the bishop of any diocese, by paying a large sum of money to the curia in Rome and other payments that had to be made, and that's the sin of simony, bribery in a certain sense you could call it, he obtained a dispensation to be at the same time, wait for it, Archbishop of Magdeburg and acting bishop of Halberstadt. Then the next year, the Archbishop of Mainz, a much bigger city some distance away, quite a long way away, died, And once again, he obtained another dispensation to become the Archbishop of there as well. So it was far too much money needed from even a wealthy family that he came from, that he borrowed all the money from the German banking company, which itself comes into the story very much, the Fuggers, and they provided him with those sums of money that he needed for those bribes. On his trip to Rome, Luther had seen the building of St. Peter's taking place, and that's the St. Peter's that we're so familiar with. And if you've ever been inside, I just was overwhelmed by this. Well, here it is. I'm here at last. And look up at these giant ceilings high above, and it's stretching right away, and along the floor signs of here's where the St. Paul's Cathedral comes to, and here's where some other cathedral comes to, and so forth, giving us a very clear idea, a little blowing of the trumpet to say how great St. Peter's is. But it was costing an enormous amount of money. Some years before Luther's visit to Rome, Pope Julius II, constantly short of money, had decided to bring in a new indulgence. Now, an indulgence, as I learnt in my catechism, I don't know if young people hear about catechisms these days, was an indulgence is a remission of the temporal punishment due to sin. And traditionally, indulgences were granted for a good work. An example of a good work was for a pilgrim to visit Rome and pray at various shrines or basilicas in the holy city. In this case, however, the new indulgence attracted a new and dangerous element, which was that the good work to which the indulgence was attached was to make a donation towards the building of St. Peter's. Now that's very easy to misunderstand, and for a person to think they're buying the indulgence. The second thing about it was that a decision had been taken by the Church that an indulgence need not only to apply to the person obtaining it, but could apply to the souls in purgatory. And the Dominican priest who preached the indulgence in the areas of Germany where Luther was John Tetzel. And Tetzel's sermon notes have still been preserved, and they have a little couplet in it that in the sermon notes he's saying that, "Can you hear the voice of your deceased father or mother crying, 'Only this small gift, and you could release us from this terrible pain of purgatory'?" Now that's pretty harsh pressure to put on people, and the other half of the problem was that the Pope, or the building of St. Peter's, didn't get all the money. It only got half of the money. The other half went to the Fuggers, the German banking house that we just talked about, and Archbishop Albrecht, to help him pay off his debts to the Fuggers. And it is described that the preaching of the indulgences wasn't always in the churches. Sometimes it was out in the public square, and there on the stand would be the preacher, and there'd be the large box beside him, and a Fugger representative there, and the money would be going in. And somebody made up a little couplet which rhymed in German, and somebody's translated it as soon as the money in the casket rings, the soul in purgatory to heaven springs. Is this defensible? No, it isn't. It was disgraceful. And the Church later, much too much later, decided to forbid any such indulgences being granted along those lines. And there isn't very much emphasis on indulgences these days, although there was quite a lot when I was younger. So the way in which this was a scandal shocked Luther. He began to preach about it, and he put together 95 statements, theses, which he said he was prepared to argue about indulgences with anyone who would be prepared to take up the challenge. And in those days, before television and radio, believe it or not, one of the big public entertainments was to attend a theological debate. And people would turn up and they would go on for 3 or 4 days, and they'd go in and out, and they'd have their lunch or their dinner or whatever it was, and the debaters would continue, and they'd call off during the night and then start again the next day. And this is what Luther was talking about. Luther also had an advantage, because the elector, Frederick, of the area where Luther was, he was the prince in charge, but he was known as elector, as he and half a dozen others, or 7 or 8, were known as, because they had the right to elect the emperor when the old emperor died. And this was also going to come into the story in a very short time. So Elector Frederick wanted to make Wittenberg a great centre of pilgrimage. In order to attract people, he had bought relics. We did talk about that last week. And he had bought tens of thousands of them. You name it, he could get a relic for it, including the only piece of Jesus that remained in the world after he ascended into heaven. I won't go any further about that detail. But these things were available in the church for pilgrims to go and pray at or whatever. And he was also very proud of his university, just 6 years old, at Wittenberg, and particularly happy about this new young professor there who was attracting the students and being talked about with so much enthusiasm. And so that was a very big protection for Luther, particularly because Elector Frederick wasn't at all pleased that money was starting to go across to nearby Magdeburg, Archbishop Albrecht's nearest archdiocese, because of people going from Elector Frederick's territory across into Magdeburg and paying money into the appeal for the indulgence. So he was very enthusiastically backing Luther. I don't believe that anybody picked up the debate, but Archbishop Albrecht did, because his collections were starting to go down. The people weren't coming across from the nearby diocese in order to donate to the appeal. He sent a copy to the Pope and a copy of another 97 theses written by one of Luther's students, another monk, but a student of Luther's, and said this must be stopped. And the Dominicans picked up that theme and said it must be stopped in general, although several of them had opposed John Tetzel's preaching in the terms that I quoted them a moment ago. In the meantime, Luther was being given quite a lot of notoriety, and he didn't like it at first. He was being presented as leading an assault on Rome. And his own words were, once again, we have them from the later writings, the song was pitched in a key too high for my voice. He apparently did have a very fine voice, but he knew when the tenor part was a bit too high for him, and that's the metaphor he used to describe his being wrongly presented as the person leading an attack on Rome. Well, there were a series of events to dissuade Luther from continuing. One was attempted through his own order, the Augustinians, but they had a meeting where the provincial, John Staupitz, was a good friend who Luther could rely on, and the whole meeting, instead of being a reprimand for Luther, became a sort of triumph. He came back to Wittenberg, though, and preached a sermon about excommunication, revealing that he had an idea of the possibilities that lay ahead. But the Pope was well aware that Archbishop Albrecht would be one of the people. He had also become an elector by becoming one of those archbishops, that whether it was Mainz or Magdeburg, I can't recall at this stage, but he and his brother would both be in that small group who would determine who was going to be the next emperor. and the present emperor was elderly and ill, Maximilian. And so the Pope was frightened of the most likely candidate, whose name was Charles. He was the grandson of Maximilian and had inherited the areas around Austria by being his grandson. He was also the son of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, and therefore inherited Spain just by being the son of his parents and grandparents. Large sections right across the Rhine Valley up through to the Low Countries, and already therefore such a powerful person that to see him become emperor and become even more powerful worried the Pope. But secondly, there was the problem that Francis I of France was leading what had now become a very rich and powerful country, and that too presented a threat. Henry VIII, believe it or not, seriously thought of himself as a candidate to be emperor, but nobody on the continent took him very seriously. England is way out there, and you can forget about that, especially in those days, they thought. So guess who the Pope thought might be a good candidate for emperor? Elector Frederick, Luther's local prince. And this caused him to try and curry favour with Elector Frederick by sending up a Baron von Miltitz, who went up carrying a golden rose, which was a papal award, and he was able to speak with Elector Frederick and give him the award. What the Pope asked him for were to help fight the Turks. I haven't spoken about them, but right through, one historian, right through the story of Luther, has pointed out that all the times when Luther was getting away with things were when the Turks were threatening. The times when they started to proceed against him were times when there wasn't any immediate threat from the Turks at this time. So that was a very important thing that he hoped that Frederick would take part in, some kind of battle against the Muslims, the Turks. Then also to speak about the possibility of Frederick trying to become emperor, and in that way to hopefully checkmate the emperor, or the possible emperor would replace his grandfather Charles. And then would he move against Martin Luther? Well, Frederick had no intention of moving against Luther, and although the Baron was very impressed with Luther and persuaded him to write a very gentle letter to the Pope without any kind of embarrassing statements in it, and try and sort of curry favour and restore himself to favour in that kind of way, he wasn't, this didn't have a great deal of success. By now, Luther was completely committed to his position, and he made his first act of open defiance when, in 1518, in November, he solemnly appealed from the Pope to a general council yet to be held, firmly convinced that such a council would find in his favour. The emperor died. The new emperor was the one the Pope feared most, Charles, and he became Emperor Charles V when he succeeded. It cost him. He paid enormous sums of money to bribe all the electors, 900,000 gold florins. I don't know what a gold florin of those days would be worth, but we're talking of millions of dollars in modern day. Half of it went for bribes, and 130,000 was borrowed from the Fuggers at high interest. They never did interest by halves in those days. They didn't worry about 10%. That was chicken feed for them. They had 30% or higher. And then the turning point came for Luther. One of his great admirers and followers, a man whose name was Andrew Bodenstein, but he was always known after his hometown, which was Karlstadt. So he's just always referred to in the history books as Karlstadt. And Karlstadt had taken on one of those debates we were talking about a moment ago against John Eck. Eck was a tall, broad, bald man that looked frightening, and he was. He had remorseless logic, and he could just cut a person to pieces. And Luther was in the group watching the debate for 4 days, and every time Karlstadt tried to answer Eck would reply and just cut every piece that he just said to ribbons. And so Martin decided he would get into the debate. And he said to Eck that he would debate with him on the historicity of papal power, the power of the Pope, and argued that it was an invention of the last 400 years. Well, Eck accused Luther of being one with well-known heretics or near-heretics, Marsilio of Padua, John Wycliffe of England, John Huss of Prague. Luther denied it, so Eck started asking him one or two things. Do you believe so-and-so? And Luther stated what he believed, and Eck said, that's exactly what John Huss taught. And he quoted from John Huss. Now, John Huss was burnt as a heretic at the Council of Constance about 100 years earlier. And so no argument about whether a general council would support Martin Luther, he was saying that. And for this, at this point, that's why we can look on it as the turning point, because now he's no longer saying just that the Pope can be wrong, he's saying that he doesn't believe general councils anymore. He fell back now on Scripture alone. The Latin words sola scriptura mean exactly that, Scripture alone. And that is the only authority for Luther, he says, from this day forward. And it seems obvious to historians today who see connection with Huss. By the way, Huss, this is an example of what we were talking about last week. John Huss went across to Oxford to hear John Wycliffe's lectures. That was cheaper than buying his book. But in the, and that's before the invention of printing, of course, but in the outcome, it isn't true to say that Luther derived anything from Huss. It was a total surprise to him that he was saying things that Huss had already said. And in fact, he said to people, Huss was right in some things. And once he referred to St. John Huss. And finally he said, we are all Hussites without knowing it. So excommunication was inevitable. It came. Luther burnt the document of excommunication. He's now in a very difficult situation because if a civil authority takes him, he can be burnt as a heretic. In the interim, and there was a while before the Emperor Charles became active in looking at things like what's this monk doing that's been declared a heretic, Luther was writing. He was writing a number of things. I've called it Progress into Protestantism, and you can see the way that these things occurred in Luther's writings. Faith alone, which we were talking about a moment ago, he was aware that the letter of James says that faith without good works is dead. He was a scripture scholar. So what did he say? He said, James, an epistle of straw, just rubbish. You don't have to take any notice of that because he wasn't agreeing that faith and good works are needed. Just faith alone was where he'd set his direction. Predestination is one of the things that comes from this conviction that justification by faith is going to mean a person is saved. Because in a certain sense, if you just think that through logically, then if I have faith, I'm justified, and it doesn't matter much what I'll do, you could say, so I'm predestined to go to heaven. If I haven't got it, I'm predestined to go to hell. Nothing that we can do. This is taking it to a logical extreme, but you can see the directions that things are going. The Word was very important to Luther, and not just the word of Scripture, although we see that sola scriptura is essential. He also talks about the heard word of preaching, the visible word of the two gospel sacraments. He's now beginning to say that unless a sacrament is in Scripture, then it's not a real sacrament. And so baptism, of course, is there, and the Eucharist is obviously there. He changed direction at different times about whether there was a third, and that's reconciliation or the sacrament of forgiveness, because of the words in John's Gospel, Jesus saying to the apostles, receive the power to forgive people's sins. Those you forgive are forgiven, those you hold bound are held bound. So there were times he seemed to indicate that might be a sacrament as well, but he was a little bit ambivalent in that direction. He was really delighted to be the professor of biblical theology because Scripture was becoming a very popular subject at this time. The great development in scriptural interpretation had been taking place and was given a great boost by an Englishman, a priest, John Colet, now St. John Colet, one of the last Pope's canonizations, but a very great man from that period, and that those methods of interpreting moved away from the old-fashioned ones of that time, looking at the analogical I can't remember all of the ways in which Scripture was interpreted previously. Luther wrote the three treatises on those 3 points, faith alone and predestination and the Word, in 1520, and they've been called the Reformation treatises, and with two others they contain all the basic ideas of Protestant theology. He then wrote 3 more which expressed a number of things, and it's interesting in each case whether he writes it in German or in Latin, because if it's in German it's for popular consumption. If it's written in Latin, he's intending it to be something of a theological treatise, and therefore for the scholars to read and discuss and debate. It didn't make any difference really, because everything Luther was writing at this time was being translated with great speed and published very widely. In fact, as we'll talk about in a little detail next week, over in England near Cambridge University was a hotel. They had a terrible habit that some university students would gather at a hotel after their lectures. This hasn't been known in the years since, but that was a practice in those days, and it was called the White Horse Inn, if my memory serves me correctly, but it later came to be called Little Germany, because a great many enthusiastic students were receiving Luther's latest writing. Here's the latest from Martin Luther, and they got enormously enthusiastic about it, and he acquired a number of followers, and a very influential group of followers, as it will turn out, we'll see. One was written in German then, which talked about the need to suppress the mendicant orders, that's the Franciscans, the Benedictines, the Dominicans, and also his own Augustinians. He said they interfere with Christian liberty, the suppression of enforced celibacy, the abolition of punishment for heresy, that has a little personal ring for Luther, doesn't it? And the ending of masses for the dead. Then another one was called The Babylonian Captivity of the Church, and in it he expressed his teaching that there are not 7 sacraments but only 2, or maybe 3, and he did make a difference in regard to transubstantiation, even though he retained belief in the Eucharist, and he also retained belief in the real presence of Jesus in the Eucharist. He refused the word transubstantiation and used a Latin word which would in English be something like incarnation. The presence of Christ comes into the bread. Panis means bread, and that was his way of teaching the Eucharist. Now this treatise was rejecting the 7 sacraments, and it drew a reply from no less a person than King Henry VIII, who wrote The Defence of the Seven Sacraments. Well, he was perfectly capable of writing a treatise on that level. Henry VIII was quite brilliant, but he was also a bit lazy, and he could have used scribes or people that might have put it together. But it meant a lot to him because afterwards the Pope gave him an award, and he was described as Defender of the Faith. Later the Pope took it away, but Henry still liked it, so he got the Parliament to give it back to him. He became Defender of the Faith. It was still on the coins in the days gone by. Fidei Defensor. The freedom of the Christian man, the third of this new set of teachings, was on the doctrine of justification by faith alone. But now Luther gets the possible death call. He is called before Emperor Charles at the Diet of Bonn, yes, that would be the word. And so there he was called in 1521 and shown a number of his books, asked whether he owned them for his work and whether he still adhered to the doctrines he'd set out in them. He said, yes, they are books that I've written. He said he would like time to consider his answer to the second question. He appeared the next day and acknowledged his writings, and he started to defend them. But they said, you are talking about things that have already been decided by councils of the church and are not matter for you to debate. Will you recant your teachings in those matters? And to this he replied, and these are his words as they come down to us written down: unless I shall have been convinced by the witness of Scripture or of evident proof from reason, for I do not believe either Pope or councils by themselves, since it is agreed that these have often made mistakes and contradicted themselves. I am overcome by the Scriptures I have quoted. My conscience is captive to God's word. I cannot and I will not revoke anything, for to act against conscience is neither safe nor honest. Those are not the words that are traditionally ascribed to Luther at this time. He's reported in very many books. He stood there with courage because, remember, death sentence is the likely outcome. Well, Charles wanted to have an immediate condemnation, but it took him 5 weeks to arrange this. And by the time that he did, Luther had already been gone from Worms exactly a month. He'd set off, and before he'd gone very far, 4 knights on horseback with another horse arrested him. It was all a put-up job. It was all arranged by Elector Frederick. They put Luther on the horse and took him a long distance away and hid him in a castle at Eisenach, or it's called the Castle of Wartburg, and there he remained hiding for 10 months, grew a beard and was known as Squire George. He used that time to translate the New Testament from Greek into German, and that translation is now recognized as having been a major influence in the development of the modern German language. Things continued at Wittenberg in a fairly chaotic kind of way, and finally things were getting so disturbed and upset that Elector Frederick decided to send for Luther and say, come back and calm everything down. And so he did come back. He was essentially conservative in his outlook. He didn't like uproar or tumult or excesses of any kind. And so he put back his friar's robes on and made his presence known and immediately called for order to be restored. I should mention that almost immediately after Emperor Charles had finally got the approval for condemning Luther to death, a war broke out between himself and Francis I of France. And for the next 10 years, Charles was away fighting war after war. He won nearly every one. Francis kept coming back at him. Guess who sided with Francis I, though, in one of the wars? The Pope. Lost again, won by Charles, who then invaded Rome in 1527 in punishment of the Pope having sided with his enemy, and among his soldiers were Lutherans. So here's a little development that we're going to see happen quite a number of times in the years ahead. But the Pope was in a terrible mess. Now, Charles was the nephew of Catherine of Aragon. And at this time, Henry's petition to the Pope to annul, not divorce, annul the marriage of Henry VIII with Catherine of Aragon was received. Can you imagine the Pope, under the firm thumb of her nephew, saying, oh, by the way, I have declared your aunt's marriage null and void? No, it didn't happen. And that was one of the things that prevented Henry from having success in his application for that annulment of his marriage. Luther, and I won't go into detail in this, went on to develop a Lutheran way of life, a great many changes, and he made them all very gradually, one thing at a time. He changed the Mass from Latin into German, something the Church had been refusing to do, into the vernacular for years. He declared that members of religious orders could marry. He then quietly married his wife, whose name was Catherine von Bora. And it was a happy marriage, and they remained together until his death. But political events don't wait for anyone either. War broke out, and the Knights' War was the first of them. There was a group among the knights who declared themselves to be Lutheran. Now, people had all kinds of motives for doing something like that, and so they mightn't have been very pious people, but if it suited their purpose in order to be able to oppose the emperor and others, then that would be something to do. Luther found his name being used, even though he himself was not involved, and the movement ended fairly quickly. That wasn't such a bad one. The peasants' war that followed was. It was really terrible because these people were inspired in some degree by Luther, appearing to oppose one of the overlords of the time, namely the church, and so they decided they would oppose their other overlord, namely the local ruler. And it was two terrible things about it. The first, in regard to the peasants themselves, in estimation, and this is a time when populations were not high, of over 100,000 peasants murdered. But secondly, the fact that Luther was persuaded to side with those putting down the revolt. And he called on the princes, brandish their swords to free, save, help, and pity the poor people forced to join the peasants, but the wicked stab, smite, and slay all you can. He was asked about this, and he said, you cannot meet a rebel with reason. Your best answer is to punch him in the face until he has a bloody nose. Owen Chadwick, whose book on the Reformation is one that's recommended, says that it was one of his nemesis, that his polemical streak have enabled his pen to run away with him, and it certainly did on that occasion. Things got worse with the Turks. They had a great victory in Hungary, and it was the last bastion of defence between Constantinople, which they had ruled for about 80 years at this time, and Vienna. This would give them the possibility of running right into Central Europe. Well, that was a time of great concern by the church. They destroyed a Christian army that had been got together in that last battle there, and things looked very dangerous indeed. And I'll finish at this point before our break with a reference to Erasmus. Erasmus was one of the greatest humanists of this era, and he'd been a critic and had written books lampooning many of the things that were wrong with the church, but he wasn't persuaded by Luther and his approach. He later wrote, "Even now," this is Erasmus writing, "I would prefer that things should be quietly considered and not embittered by platform railing. I would have the church purified of evil, lest the good in it suffer by connection with what is indefensible. But in avoiding the Scylla of Luther, I would have us also avoid Charybdis. If this be sin, then I own my guilt. I have sought to save the dignity of the Roman pontiff, the honour of Catholic theology, and the welfare of Christendom. I have not defended Luther even in jest." Well, on the basis of that, Luther really got stuck into Erasmus. Congar. And for reasons that you'll understand when you hear this, I like this very much. "Acquiring knowledge of history is the sure way of acquiring confidence in the church. History teaches that nothing is new and that the church has survived sadder and more difficult situations. History is a school of wisdom and of limitless patience." Give a little applaud to that. What happened after what I spoke about in the last section was that the reformers split. And the first split occurred from Switzerland. This person was a priest, Huldreich, or Ulrich. I'm not much good at German, but that's as near as I can. Zwingli was his surname. And he was one of the strong early influences towards Protestantism, equal in stature to Luther and Calvin. I wouldn't agree was equal in theological capacity to Luther. His situation in Switzerland has to be kept in, you have to keep in mind that the largest towns, Zurich, Bern and Basel, were wealthy. Zurich had about 7,000 people at a time when the surrounding countryside had 50,000 people. So it gives us some idea of town versus country in those days. Cantons were the divisions around Switzerland, and they were fiercely independent and quite often went to war against one another. And another reason why they went to war after a while was that some of them became Protestants, so they went to war against the Catholics and vice versa. I'm not going to go through all the detail of Zwingli's road towards the attack on the Catholic Church that he eventually made, except to say that he did at one point claim to have been Protestant before Luther. It isn't true. It can be shown exactly that he had been inspired by Luther, and sermons that he had preached before that time are described as very lucid and good explanations of the scriptures and so forth, but not in any way setting out any of the Lutheran doctrines that he later embraced. One of the differences, though, was that he was very much more opposed to some of the ways in which church worship was expressed, and so at a disputation in 1523 there were questions concerning the Mass and images. The council, the local council, was reluctant, but the next year they began removing pictures, statues, crucifixes, candles and other ornaments. They were removed and destroyed. Murals and mosaics were covered with whitewash. Relics of the saints were buried. Tables replaced altars. Organs were removed and singing was abolished by choir. Congregational hymn singing wasn't restored until the end of that century, so they did without it for a long time. The big area of division occurred, though, in their doctrine when Zwingli disagreed with Luther's interpretation on Christ in the Eucharist. He said it was a misunderstanding. The gift is a spiritual gift of Christ's redemption, and a spiritual gift cannot be received physically, but only by faith. He and his follower, John Ecolampadius, there's a name for you, argued that Jesus was speaking metaphorically when he said, "This is my body," just as when he said, "I am the vine." Same kind of thing, same meaning, said Zwingli and Ecolampadius. Controversy began when Karlstadt fled from Luther over their differences concerning the Lord's Supper, and Luther and Zwingli started attacking one another openly in 1527 over these issues. And so there was arranged by a leading layman, one of the princes, Philip of Hesse. His title is Landgrave. They have these strange titles around all these princedoms in Germany, but Landgrave is another besides Elector and so forth. And Philip was concerned about the lack of unity among Protestants and arranged what came to be called the Marburg Colloquy, or discussion, a conference there in 1529 attended by the big names in Protestantism: Luther, Zwingli, Melanchthon and Martin Bucer, Ecolampadius and others. And while they agreed on a great deal, they were completely unable to agree in regard to the Eucharist. And the description is given of Luther at table at a meal. People, I suppose men, I'm not sure if women did, but men always carried a knife for their food and other needs as necessary in those days. And he got his knife and he carved into the wood of the table, "Hoc est corpus meum." And he said, I'm not going to argue whether est is can mean, is a sign of, I am content with what Christ said. The devil cannot get out of that. Though they really split, they would not agree. Martin Bucer became very concerned about this split and spent years trying to reconcile the two major Protestant theologies on the Eucharist. He put the situation as in this form: that the true statement of the matter should use the preposition with. The divine gift was not given in or under the forms of bread and wine, following Zwingli, but given with them, as Luther said. Now, that's not terribly clear, and neither of the two agreed to accept Bucer's views, but they were extremely important because Calvin did. Calvin, in fact, went and stayed with Bucer. I think Bucer lived in Strasbourg, and Calvin then used, as I said, about 95% of what Luther wrote, but in the area of the Eucharist, he agreed with the ideas that Zwingli had first suggested. Late in 1531, Zwingli joined in a war between Zurich and Catholic cantons. Luther heard that he'd been killed. Zwingli had been killed with his sword and battle axe in hand. He said, "Oh, what a triumph this is! How well God knows his business." He didn't like Zwingli, I think. I think I'd draw that conclusion. I'm going to say a little word about Anabaptists, because Baptists today are inspired by Anabaptism, and Anabaptism is the main inspiration, although there are others, for a whole bunch of churches now. The people out at Hillsong, for example, I don't know if they would describe themselves as Baptists, but they're in that tradition. The Seventh-day Adventists, the various of the different churches that are very popular at the present time were derived from this tradition, and it's a very important one. It was not part of the Reformation. The word means baptize again, And that was because several of their leaders opposed the baptism of infants, and they baptised people again who had already been baptised at infancy, because they said you need to be able to make a judgment, an adult or a semi-adult judgment. They would accept teenagers, I think it was. And it was, the name Anabaptist was used in some ways as a term of abuse, and it wouldn't be right to suggest that there was a consistent body of teachings among them. They were very much in their own directions, and they split off from one another and varied in their emphases a little bit, and the little bit was always more important than the big difference between some other group. And so that was the direction in which things went. They were not as convinced of the Bible as being the sole, unlike the Lutherans, the sole sola scriptura, the only source of information, because they emphasized the inner spirit, and they believed that very many of their leaders had received divine inspiration for this teaching or that teaching or the other, and so their particular group followed in those directions. One of the sad bits, but it's an example of the way in which power operates in people. The famous English Catholic historian said that all power tends to corrupt. Absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. And this is an example. It happened at Munster, and it was an Anabaptist kingdom. In 1534, various people who'd been in the Peasants' War, which had been largely started by an Anabaptist preacher, took refuge in Munster, Westphalia, in modern-day Germany, and drove out the Prince Bishop and set up their own state. The man who became their ruler or leader was Dutch, Jan Bokkelsen, a tailor of Leyden, and the dream became a nightmare. Those who called themselves the elect lived like princes, and the ordinary people starved. Jan styled himself a priest-king and took 16 wives. Executions, including that of one of his wives, took place frequently, and in 1535 the Lutheran Philip of Hesse, here he is again, and the Catholic bishop combined to recapture the city. There was a long siege, and they took terrible reprisals, and Catholicism was restored by force. Vigorous action was taken against Anabaptists, and that was their story. Everyone was against them. So that is part of the tragedy, if you like, for that group of people. They had the same experience in England, and some of their members were on the Mayflower in 1620 that went over to the New World, a journey that was made by a number of Baptist or Anabaptist groups that followed. We all, I think, know of the Amish in Pennsylvania, and they were from one particular branch, Mennonite Baptists or Anabaptists, and the Hutterites also fled persecution in Europe, and many of these came over to North America between 1874 and 79, when things were fairly violent in parts of Germany where they were. And they took refuge in the central west of USA and Canada. One of the Anabaptist people, though, his was a sad story also. His name was Michael Servetus, and a sincere man, but he and a brilliant man. He actually made discoveries about the circulation of the blood that were unknown up till that time. He became interested in the doctrine of the Trinity, and as it wasn't mentioned in the Bible, he was amongst some who became what we might now call Unitarians, although Menno, that's the Mennonite leader, Menno Simmons, excommunicated one of them. But this man wrote a book concerning the errors of the Trinity, and there was a storm of controversy among Protestants, and so surprisingly, after a period in which he'd gone into hiding and wrote his book on the pulmonary circulation of the blood, in 1553 he published the book and sent a copy to Calvin. And then he decided that Calvin would like his book, and he went to Geneva. He didn't make himself known, but he was in the congregation one day, and he was recognised, and Calvin was absolutely horrified. He described his book as the ravings of a heretic, and it was a fatal mistake because after a time they put him on trial and burnt him at the stake as a heretic. So the poor unfortunate Anabaptists were disliked by everyone. What was the Catholic Church going to do? The answer was the usual first answer of the Church: new religious orders. And in this instance, the first of the reforms of the existing orders were the Capuchins, who were founded by a Matteo de Bascio in the spirit of St. Francis of Assisi, called Capuchins after their pointed hoods. They had a difficult time because de Bascio left the group and became a travelling preacher. They did very great work, but then another of their leaders, their next leader, also left them, and he turned Protestant. So they became very suspect in Italy for quite a while. But they worked at pastoral charity towards lepers, the sick, and preaching. They wouldn't live in the magnificent houses that by now the Franciscans were living in, and insisted on living out in the country in what we might call wattle and daub buildings, and they were renowned for their strict lives, and they became, I'm jumping a bit there, they were second only to the Jesuits as the great religious order of the Catholic Revival, which is sometimes called the Counter-Reformation, or we used to sometimes call it the real Reformation, because it did reform, not break away from. The second order deserves to be remembered, if only because the Theatines, founded by Gaetano da Tiene, had a notable founding member, a bishop, John Peter Carafa. Now, he gave up all his property and benefices by giving up 2 sees that he once held in his in a form of pluralism, as forbidden as we know, but he gave it up, and they were very strict in their lives and became a source from which popes drew reforming bishops. Before the centenary of that order, 200 bishops had been drawn out of that order in their reforming zeal. Among female orders, the Ursulines, founded by Angela Merici. And this is the story of many of the women's orders, she had intended that its members live at home, worship in their parish churches, live a life of charity and social endeavour, wearing the ordinary dress of contemporary women, rather than a special religious habit. A few years ago, before things changed after Vatican II, the only house of the Ursulines in which they wore lay clothes like ordinary women was in Rome, of all places. It might seem strange, but it's true. The Jesuits were the most important of the new orders in reviving the church, and I think most of us have some idea of Ignatius, the soldier wounded at Pamplona, that's in the Basque country, and from where he came, and his leg was broken, and then it was found that his leg had been badly set, and he actually went through the pain of having a doctor, I don't know if we should put that in inverted commas, break it again so that he could set it correctly this time, which didn't have a great deal of success. He had a very long convalescence, and he had nothing to read except the life of the saints, some lives of the saints, and I think the Bible, and his life was transformed from that time. In 1522, notice it's right at the time, he has no knowledge of Luther, but it's right at the time that Luther was very heavily involved in his separation from the church, Ignatius began to put together and to put into effect in his life what he later wrote down, and it became the spiritual exercises. He also undertook severe penances, travelled to the Holy Land where he was all but expelled, Philip Hughes suggests, and then returned to Spain. And as a man of about 30, or whatever his age was at the time, he walked into a classroom with little boys and sat down there and started to learn Latin. An act of humility that not a lot of adults would be very keen on. He studied at the universities of Alcalá and Salamanca, and more than once was closely examined by the Inquisition. Several of the saints were examined by the Inquisition, John of the Cross being another. In 1528 he went to the University of Paris, and there it was he gathered his first 6 followers, and they were a remarkable group. Faber, Lainez, Salmeron, Bobadilla, Rodriguez, and an unimportant last mention, Francis Xavier. Well, these were some of the greatest theologians of that century and subsequent leaders after Ignatius of the Jesuits and writers about spirituality. Ignatius remained a military man in the way he made the Jesuits to be. Company of Jesus, the title, he meant company in the military sense. And he expected that the military virtue, which is obedience, would be the virtue that his followers would have. Even spirituality was itself very organised. I can remember a lecturer describing it as spirituality by numbers. First, place yourself in the presence of the stable at Bethlehem. Think of what you see, etc., etc. Now, it's possible to get some distance that way, but it appeals to some people more than to others, but that's Ignatius very much. The remarkable permission was given to them, one step further than we saw in the Dominicans and the Franciscans, of being able to recite rather than chant the office. They were allowed to say the office privately, individually. And once again, mobility was one of the results of that. They also chose to educate themselves to the highest possible level. Francis in particular, Francis of Assisi, and a number of his followers, although not others, but including the Capuchins, regarded education as a luxury. And if you think about it, then the cost of it and so forth in those days, you can understand that, even if we say, no, it's everybody's right. But that wasn't the view of people at the time. And so here, both being founded at the same time, the Capuchins still with that idea at that time, that education was a luxury, the Jesuits committing themselves to achieving the highest levels of education possible. None of this was designed to counter Protestantism, but it couldn't have been better designed if that had been its goal. And as an English non-Catholic writer, A.G. Dickens, writes, to a striking degree, the heroic achievements of the Counter-Reformation, those which modified the religious map of Europe, were accomplished by the Society of Jesus, which not only checked the further spread of Protestantism, but greatly weakened its hold upon southern Central Europe and Poland, the areas where it stood least securely established. By the time Ignatius died in 1556, there were more than 1,000 members of the order, and Xavier, already dead, had been over in the east and preached to thousands of people. The other answer, apart from religious orders, to the Reformation was a new General Council. I don't know if you read the interim report we gave out at the end of the session last week. There isn't one tonight because next week we'll go just straight on and talk about John Calvin and continue more or less from where we are tonight. But in there it talked about the great schism in the church when 2 and then 3 men claimed to be pope. Not the first time, as we saw last week that had happened. But at the Council of Constance in 1415, the conciliar movement got established, and the decision was taken by the bishops at the council that councils had to be called at regular intervals so that the continued reform of the church would go on and go forward. The popes fought against that, and they were still afraid of councils, and so some of the popes were quite deliberately avoiding the council. I think I've quoted here the advice that was given to one of the popes about avoiding a council. This was Cardinal Campeggio. Now, he asked, what is the point of having a council when the Lutherans do not obey the canons of earlier councils? This one was the legate of Pope Clement VII, Aleander. Aleander gave him advice on how to avoid having a council. Never offer a council, but never refuse it directly. On the contrary, show you are willing to comply with the request, but stress the difficulties in the way. That way you will be able to ward it off. Well, not a very praiseworthy approach to having a council. And finally, and this is quite a remarkable man too, Paul III, a very typical one of these noble Italian families, the Farnese family, Alessandro his name had been, realised that a council was essential. Now, this is a man who came from this background. In his early life, he lived as many of his predecessors had, a very nice life. He was made a cardinal by Alexander VI at the age of 25. In his 40s, he decided to reform. And in 1519, aged 51, he sought ordination and said his first Mass. And from then on was pledged to reform. But the leopard doesn't entirely change his spots. At his first papal consistory, among those red hats as cardinals, to the dismay of those who pinned all their hopes on the new pope, he gave red hats to his two young grandsons, boys of 15. So the fascinating difference in those kinds of things, and yet this pope was determined to have a council. There were a great many problems about it. He attempted to call it on more than one occasion, and nobody came, or almost nobody in each case. There was one rather sad event, and that's this Philip of Hesse, who's come into the story a couple of times this evening, gave some trouble to the Lutherans. He got in touch with Luther, Melanchthon and Bucer and said he'd like to take a second wife. So he said if he was refused, he would apply to the Pope and the Emperor. So Luther very unconvincingly appealed to the example of Abraham, who'd had two wives, and urged Philip to treat the matter as under the seal of the confession. Almost immediately it became known all over Europe. The council was still being delayed, not by the Pope, but by events and by bishops and by many other things, when Pope Paul decided to call a commission to examine the problems in the church. This was absolutely extraordinary. And why? Because he put top cardinals in charge of it. Cardinals Contarini, Sadoleto, Carafa, the one we mentioned who had been a bishop and then reformed and became a Theatine, and Cardinal Pole, English and of royal blood. Cardinal Fisher, had been executed by Henry VIII by this time. The report was titled, "The Advice about Reforming the Church set before Pope Paul III by the Cardinals and other prelates selected to study the matter." It was remarkably frank, and it really set out the corruption, all of the things that were happening, with amazing honesty. Guess what? The Lutherans got hold of a copy. They published it. They said, look, now they've admitted how corrupt they are. Well, it may have seemed tragic at the time, but what it shows is that they were really determined to reform, to end corruption. But some of the things that the document contains in the abuses talk about dispensations, that is, any law that was passed, a restrictive law, you could go along to the curia and pay a certain sum of money and get a dispensation, and then you didn't have to observe it anymore, just as we saw Archbishop Albrecht, Archbishop of Magdeburg and Bishop of Halberstadt and Archbishop of Mainz, just because he got the dispensation. Simony, choice of totally inadequate candidates for high office, cardinals holding several sees, pluralism, absenteeism is rife among bishops who escape penalties by buying dispensations. Many religious orders are so corrupt that they are a danger to the laity. Quote, we consider that all the conventual orders ought to be abolished by forbidding them to receive any more novices. Professors in university in Italy, this is all in the report, teach infidelity and mock religion. Those who wander about collecting money should be done away with. Rome is one of the worst places in the church. Priests say Mass in filthy vestments. Harlots go around as ladies of distinction, often with clerics among their attendants. Well, they had a lot of debate. There was one attempt to solve the matter by a conference, a colloquy at Ratisbon, and there was a cardinal who was a very kindly man. His name was Contarini, and there was one that was a very severe man, and his name was Carafa. We've heard it this evening. Contarini was sent by the Pope to try and take part in the discussion, and they had their Melanchthon and Bucer representing the Protestants, but it really wasn't able to get anywhere, and Contarini died the following year, and Carafa said, I told you it was a waste of time. So the Council of Trent began, 1845, and we now know that it really began because of a political treaty between Emperor Charles and King Francis I, which contained a secret clause in which the French king pledged to help call the council. So, pardon? Did I say 18? Let's make it 1545. Knock off 300 years. Thank you. Carafa, I should continue straight on there. Trent was chosen because the emperor wanted it to be near his German territories, hoping that it would reach the Lutherans. In fact, it never really did achieve anything from that you could give any credit to. There were two major periods in the council, 1545 to 52, and then a long gap. Now, in the approach of the council is described there in detail. They talk about how the cardinals and bishops and theologians all met together and things were explained and so forth. I won't go into it here because we haven't the time. But when they brought out their decrees, they did not name Martin Luther, but they named doctrines. So, for example, justification by faith alone. And then the definition saying that the Church has always taught that the truths made known by Christ are in both the written scriptures and in the unwritten tradition. Sola scriptura, scripture alone. They said, no, that's not sufficient, and justification, more than just faith, it also needs to be accompanied by hope and love. They also said there were 7 sacraments, not the 2 or 3 that Luther had said, and so forth. The first period came to an end by a war breaking out and a plague, and when the plague came right to the local area and the Pope's mercenaries died like flies, he'd sent out 20,000 to Germany to help put down the uprising. Only 2,000 were alive when he recalled them. So the bishops voted and shot off to Bologna. Charles, the emperor, believed the Pope was behind the move, but anyway, the council went into an interim and didn't continue for a number of years. One of the reasons that it didn't continue was that Carafa became Pope. Now, this is the severe one we were talking about, the one who became a Theatine, and he was very severe as a cardinal. And so, in the period of his time, 1555 to 59, he was 79 years old when he became Pope, and he carried out reform that had been needed for hundreds of years. Even he had a bit of a deviation because he started getting into politics because he hated the Spaniards, and they were strong in the south of Italy and ruled there. And also he hated the Jesuits. Loyola had written a negative letter about the Theatines, and so he
Academy 2005, Catholicism Memory with John Hosie. This is session 4.
To the long-term success of the Reformation. And Philip Hughes says it is through its effect in England that the Reformation still survives as a world force. And what's he talking about? He's talking about the fact that it was England from which the colonies all, especially North America, all carried the Anglican and other Protestant religions as their main religion in each place. Hilaire Belloc calls the English story of the Reformation the English accident. And the accident was that Henry VIII had no legitimate son. Henry's father was Henry Tudor, and not very close to the monarchy at all. Is quite some distance. He was the Earl of Richmond, and it was he who fought Richard III, a horse, my kingdom for a horse, and defeated him not far from London at Bosworth Field. And he became King Henry VII, and the country very badly needed the era of peace that the Tudor monarchy brought to England. In 1488, he arranged the betrothal of his baby son Arthur, still only about 1.5, to Catherine, or Catalina, it said in another source, of Aragon, who was 3-year-old, daughter of the powerful monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Henry's England was a small player in Europe at the time, only 1/5 of the population of France and only half of the population of Spain. The two young children were about 14 and 16 respectively when their marriage took place in 1501, but the sickly Arthur died about 5 months later. Now, this is all very relevant to the Reformation, and that's why I'm putting down these details, including that strange practice of betrothing a child of 2 or 3 years of age. In 1503, Henry obtained a dispensation from the Pope for Catherine to be allowed to marry his second son, Henry. But he went cold on it. This is the father. The boy was only about 10 at that time. And he didn't go ahead with the marriage. And it wasn't until after he died that Henry, who does seem to have been very loving towards Catherine, decided to marry her fairly quickly after his father's death. Henry the father, Henry VII, was a very astute financier and had managed to rule England using tax commissioners that enabled him not to have to call Parliament to approve of new taxes, So they dredged up old taxes and managed to keep the economy well supplied. But Henry VIII was nowhere nearly as great a master of economics. But that was one of the few things he wasn't good at. He was highly intelligent, very musical. I did inquire about a CD of the music composer Henry Tudor, Henry VIII, and is available at the present time, although it was going to take me a month to get it, so I thought it might be a bit late for us to be able to play it here. As a prince, he became very popular among the humanists, and he supported them. They recognised his talents in literature, the arts, music, mathematics, and theology. And it is likely that he used secretaries for much of his writing, including his famous reply to Martin Luther's challenge to the 7 sacraments and saying there were only 2 or at the most 3, the 3 scriptural sacraments. Henry wrote his defence of the 7 sacraments, or perhaps he got somebody to write part or most of it, but he certainly was extremely capable and well able to have written the defence that he presented there. He was very proud when the Pope awarded him the title Defensor Fidei, Defender of the Faith. He was very upset when the Pope withdrew the title a few years later, so he got Parliament to award him a title Defender of the Faith. You could see it on coins when I was a boy. The man he used very greatly, Thomas Wolsey, was an example of the way that the only really open way for those who were very poor, he was the son of a poor butcher, was to enter the church. And he entered the royal service in 1506 and was quite successful, and gradually Henry gave him important duties, made him Archbishop of York. He never even visited York once in his whole life. And he later became a cardinal, Lord Chancellor, Speaker of the House of Lords. He had numerous titles and numerous dioceses. He was the only pluralist bishop in England, and he must have had nearly half a dozen, but I haven't checked to see exactly how many he had, and he never visited any of them. He became extremely wealthy and arrogant, and that made him one of the most hated men in England, Wolsey, and Hampton Court Palace is still well worth a visit if ever you're in England with nothing to do, and there's one of these mazes there, and it's very well looked after. Wolsey's success in political affairs saw Henry entrust more and more things to him, but Henry was a very astute politician. Where have you heard this before? Henry took credit for all of the successes, but he made Wolsey admit to all the failures. That sound a bit familiar? So, but Henry was an extremely astute politician. He was also very defensive about his own ideas. He doesn't ever seem to have had anyone as a close confidant. And he once said, "If I thought that my cap knew the thoughts in my head, I would throw it into the fire." So he didn't want anyone to know what he was thinking. Henry's overseas ventures were mostly failures, including one which wasn't supposed to be anything of a competition anyway, when he met King Francis I of France, and the two of them being fairly young and fairly sure of themselves, at the Field of the Cloth of Gold that they had outside Calais, had a royal wrestling match. And Francis threw Henry, and Henry got very annoyed and disliked him intensely, and afterwards favoured Emperor Charles for his negotiation. Wolsey hoped that Charles might support him to become Pope, but that never happened. In the meantime, and this is a good insight into the way things were at the time, in 1520, now this is 3 years after Martin Luther's ventures began, and he's now printing out lots and lots of short pamphlets expressing his theology, and a group of students at Cambridge University, we mentioned this earlier, used to meet after lectures over at a local inn, and they were always sharing what's the latest from Germany. And after a while, the place, which I think its true name was the White Horse Inn, came to be known as Little Germany. But among that group were almost all of the major Protestant leaders that were to follow in the time when England moved away from Catholicism. They included names that are very famous in Protestantism: William Tyndale, Robert Barnes, Thomas Bilney, John Frith, John Lambert, Roland Taylor, all of whom Henry VIII burnt at the stake, and Protestant bishops Cranmer, Latimer, Ridley, Fox, Shaxton, Coverdale, Matthew Parker and Richard Cox. What brilliant group from just one university, all there at virtually the same time. In time they came into conflict with authority, and Henry's opposition put them all at risk, because there was a solemn burning in 1521 of Luther's books. This was around the time Henry was writing a response to the book of Luther about the sacraments. Robert Barnes, one of the ones I just named, a fellow Augustinian with Martin Luther, was accused of heresy in 1525. He did do public penance, but even so, eventually in 1540, Henry had him burnt at the stake. William Tyndale is a very important member of that group. He went over to Germany, married and became he was a priest, married and became a Lutheran, and became the great publicist for the Lutheran movement and religion in England. He studied the ancient languages and he translated the New Testament. He wrote books. He translated, without acknowledgement, a lot of books of Luther, almost word for word, and published those. And he was very influential in presenting a Lutheran theology in England. The great matter was what Henry called his problem in regard to his marriage to Catherine. Now, we went through what had happened, just to recall it to your mind. She had already married Henry's older brother, Arthur, had died, and Henry VII had obtained a papal dispensation for her to be able to marry Henry VIII. Now Henry was getting very worried because she had only had a daughter. She'd had sons, but they'd died, all of them, the babies, and the only child that had survived was daughter Mary. And so he was very anxious to have a legitimate son. He did already have a son, an illegitimate one. I'm not sure how many others there were around, but I think quite a lot, reading of Henry's life and activities. But there was absolutely no possibility in those times that a bastard son, that's what they were always called, William the Conqueror is almost the only exception, but always known as William the Bastard in England, because he was illegitimate. So there was no way that even Henry, with all the power that he achieved, would have been able to manage to get that son to succeed him, although he gave him the same title that Henry's father had, Earl of Richmond. He didn't realise that his marriage was probably blighted as a consequence of syphilis, which he suffered from, and he may have, I say those words, he may have sincerely believed that God was punishing him for having broken the 18th chapter of the book of Leviticus by marrying his brother's wife. Now, whether Henry was sincere about that, nobody would ever know. That's along with all those other thoughts in his head that he never expressed any truths about to anyone. But I came across something which you might have seen, pointing out that taking things from the book of Leviticus isn't necessarily a great proof of them. By the way, in that chapter 18, when you see the list of people that you're not allowed to marry, it's enormous. and is far more inclusive of people that would be allowed to marry today by the Catholic Church, cousins at a certain distance, than you might imagine. There's also an element about the Old Testament in general, in the book of Leviticus in particular, that somebody showed up when it was pointed out that the situation for gays is forbidden because the book of Leviticus says that it is an abomination. Now, what I'm holding up is something that somebody wrote, and it's been addressed to various people, one of whom was George Bush, talking as if sincerely about the worries that I have because I want to follow the book of Leviticus. A friend of mine feels that even though eating shellfish is an abomination, it is a lesser abomination than homosexuality. I don't agree. Can you settle this? Not sure if George Bush did reply to this. Leviticus 21:20 states that I may not approach the altar of God if I have a defect in my sight. I have to admit I wear reading glasses. Does my vision have to be 20/20, or is there some wiggle room here? Most of my male friends get their hair trimmed, including the hair around their temples, even though this is expressly forbidden by Leviticus 19, verse 27. How should they die? That's what the penalty is. Leviticus 25:44 states that I may indeed possess slaves, both male and female, provided they are purchased from neighbouring nations. A friend of mine claims that this applies to Mexicans but not Canadians. Can you clarify? Why can't I own a Canadian? So we could take Henry a little bit more seriously than perhaps we are inclined to, but he expressed this as the great matter. Was he being punished by God for marrying his brother's wife? He sent Wolsey to try and pursue the matter by getting people to agree at the University of Paris and then going on to Rome and presenting the case there, and he was unable to get very far. But one of the big problems, which we did mention last week, that was at exactly the time that Wolsey's attempt was being made in the year 1527, Catherine's nephew, was Emperor Charles V, and he had just successfully invaded Rome, and the Pope was little more than a prisoner. Can you imagine the Pope saying to the Emperor, oh, by the way, I'm just going to annul your aunt's marriage, even though she's totally against it? Not very likely. And so Henry was, at this point, getting concerned because he was getting very close to Anne Boleyn. He'd already had an affair with her sister, but when he got tired of her, as he did with everyone, he married her off rather shabbily to a captain of the Horse Guards. But Anne refused him. She said she didn't want to take part in anything unlawful or whatever, and he immediately fell deeply in love with her, the unobtainable. He decided he would make her no less than queen. And so the great matter kept being pursued and kept being turned down. He did eventually manage to get, or Wolsey did, arrange for a cardinal, one of the very important legal cardinals in Rome, Campeggio, and they brought him to London and had a trial there over the whole case, in which the accusation was made that Catherine had had intercourse with her first husband, Arthur, the boy Arthur, the sickly one. She came in and threw herself at Henry's feet, challenged him to deny that she had been a most faithful wife and was a virgin when he married her. To that, Henry was silent. The case went ahead and the Queen took no further part in it. Campeggio thought he was going to have to find in favour of Henry, and he already had shown Henry, to prove to him that this was a genuine case, a certificate of annulment And the Pope gave it to him, declaring that the marriage of Catherine was annulled, and it was all signed, but it wasn't to be given to Henry. He showed it to Henry, but the Pope said, whatever you do, don't let it out of your hands. So he kept those instructions, and then on the day of the conclusion of the case, to come in and announce his decision, he said, it's the annual summer holiday in Rome, and so we'll postpone the case until next March, or whatever it was. Well, by this time, Anne Boleyn was probably pregnant, and so Henry decided that wasn't the way, and he proceeded using the English Parliament. Great praise is given to Henry, once again, for his brilliance in using the Parliament. As somebody who hadn't had any experience, several historians who I quote in that regard say that he showed a near genius in getting the Parliament to do the things that he wanted. But already he had been very astute in the steps that he took along the way. A person who became very important in Henry's life was at this time working as an assistant to Wolsey, and his name was Thomas Cromwell. Cromwell had been used by Wolsey as an agent in a matter of a quite legitimate closure of 28 monasteries that were very small, almost dying out, and Wolsey had obtained permission from the Pope to close them down and use the money obtained from them for his own foundation, a college at Oxford, which is still there, and a school at Ipswich. Sounds like Australia, but it is over in England. And so Henry then was now using the Parliament in order to obtain what he wanted. Through his leadership of it, he got all of the decisions that he wanted to be made announced by the Parliament, and there were limits placed on the fees that could be charged by bishops regarding wills, and that was something that people were very annoyed about, and so severe penalties imposed on the bishops, very popular with the people. He directed Parliament to legislate against the clergy's ancient and much disliked privileges. Once again, the Parliament was very happy to agree with him, and by this time Henry had got them into a way of acting in as he wanted that he continued to use right throughout his reign. There's a word that is not familiar to most of us called praemunire. That's the name of a document that was made about 100 years before Henry, and it had been used, it was in relation to sending of money between England and Rome and placing certain restrictions. But it had been used, it had been expanded, it had been interpreted differently, and now Henry used it as a charge against anybody that he wanted to give trouble to. This is described by Chadwick, quoting from the diaries of the Spanish ambassador in London. This is against all the clergy in England. They were charged with an offence against praemunire because they had administered Roman canon law in their courts, the church courts. No one, wrote the imperial ambassador, can fathom the mysteries of this law. Its interpretation lies solely in the king's head, who amplifies it and declares it at his pleasure and applies it to anyone he pleases. So, very difficult to be about to be charged with praemunire, and that was about to happen to the Archbishop of Canterbury, a brave man named William Warham, because he would not allow his court at Canterbury to be used for the trial for the king's marriage suit. And just as the king was about to, he was 84 I mean, just before the king was about to charge him, he died, which was probably a wise move. And this gave Henry the chance to name his own man to the sea. On the recommendation of Anne, he chose Thomas Cranmer. Cranmer was a very gifted man, a scholar. He had gone to Germany also, and he had also married secretly over there, although a priest. And while he was there, he got word that Henry wanted to see him in England. Didn't say what it was about. Cranmer made a very, very slow journey back to England. It was said, and I'm sure it was only one of those urban myths, that he'd brought his wife back in a box in his baggage, but that's just a way of putting it, isn't it? And so he finally was brought before the king, and the king said, "I'd like you to be my Archbishop of Canterbury." "Yes, Your Majesty." So Cranmer was a man who was ready to do whatever the king asked him to do. And so first of all, Cranmer, as Henry wished, solemnly ordered Henry to separate from Catherine. He was already living with Anne, but anyway, he was now solemnly ordered to separate from Catherine. And then the marriage with Anne was pronounced lawful, and by the way, that marriage was so secret that to this day no one has ever worked out who was the celebrant of it. So Henry, I sometimes think Prince Charles could have taken a leaf out of his... might have got himself out of a lot of trouble. From there, Parliament proceeded to legalise the break with Rome, and in two memorable sessions in 1534 stopped all payments of the clergy, English clergy, to the papacy, gave the king power to confirm ecclesiastical appointments, forbade the payment of Peter's pence. By the way, per capita, England was the most lucrative source of money for the Pope over in Rome. Very, very important source of his papal finances. And the Act of Supremacy made Henry the only, quote, the only supreme head in earth of the Church of England. So the Reformation Parliament then enhanced the power of the king and placed the Church completely under control of the state. The Act of Succession carried the requirement that all subjects had to take an oath to support it, and it was the refusal to do this that brought Thomas More and Bishop John Fisher of Rochester to be beheaded the following year. More's trial began in July 1534, and we still have the full text of his interrogation. And the play and movie, A Man for All Seasons, very many of the things that More says, including some of the best jokes that get great laughs in it, were More's answers, his original answers. But here he was speaking as he was about to be given the final sentence of death. He'd always refused to declare his mind on the supremacy. He refused, saying, "I will not meddle with such matters." Another quote, he kept wholly silent, completely silent, one part of the record. And More said to Cromwell at one point he had never discussed these matters with any man because they'd got a false witness to declare that he'd said to him, "Yes, I'm not in favour of this," or somebody. It was a Richard Rich. And More said, yes, it says a man shall not... give the whole world for the loss of his soul. But for Wales, Richard, for Wales. Yes. He said, this is his last main statement, and these are the old English words he said. "I am, quoth I, the king's true faithful subject and daily beadsman," saying the beads for the king, "and pray for his highness and all his and all the realm. I do nobody no harm, I say none harm, I think none harm, but wish everybody good. And if this be not enough to keep a man alive in good faith, I long not to live. His last word was that he died the king's good servant, but God's first. Cromwell, whom we mentioned, had learnt something from working for Wolsey. And we didn't mention poor old Wolsey's demise. He was dismissed by Henry on his way for the first time to his archdiocese of York, when the king's soldiers reached him and arrested him, and he was on the way back when he died. Probably a very wise move also. But his words, according to Shakespeare gives to him, is, had I but served my God as I have served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to my enemies. Which I think it's a bit better than Wolsey would have managed, but that's Shakespeare. We'll come into the story a little later. So the suppression of all monasteries followed. Already the king's praemunire law had forced all the bishops to give a donation to the king to save them from being punished for praemunire. The donation was equivalent to a full year's revenue for England. And that's only the southern bishoprics, and the one under York had another 60, whatever it was, pounds. Was there opposition? Yes, there was. It was called the Pilgrimage of Grace, and it's a tragic story too, but it had a near success. In Lincolnshire, they took control of the whole area, and a week later, York, second city to London, opened its gates to 20,000 men led by Robert Aske, a lawyer. And at this time, it got up to 30 or 40,000 men, and they were 5 miles from the king's troops, of whom there were only 3,000. At that point, Aske, who was a simple and genuine man, was persuaded by the Duke of Norfolk to be allowed to speak. Norfolk said to them all, I will ensure that your case is heard by the king. Go back to your homes and we'll look after it. So nothing happened. They all went back home. Time went by, and then a little bit later, a few started getting arrested, and finally thousands of them were put to death. So, great many were being put to death at this stage. I'm wrong. It's only 216 were put to death, a mere trifle, including Aske, lords and knights, 6 abbots, 38 monks, and 16 parish priests. Anne Boleyn had not had any son for Henry, and so, being even or equally as unsuccessful as Catherine, Anne, who had produced no son, was accused of incest and adultery and was sent to the block. Very probably a trumped-up charge. It doesn't seem at all likely that she would have dared. A little later, I have a quote from Alistair McGrath, professor of religious history at Oxford, and an Anglican priest, who compares Henry VIII to Joseph Stalin. He says he was the Joseph Stalin of his time. Had a very good secret service, by the way, as did Elizabeth in particular. Hers was excellent. The suppression of the Pilgrimage of Grace, then, and the destruction of the remaining monasteries was the end of a phase of the English Reformation. And at this particular point, Henry was showing an interesting ability to change directions. Cromwell was very pro the Protestants, And he was very wealthy by now, because there were all these monasteries which were going to people that could afford to get them. And they included Alan Bond and Christopher Skase. But these were the new millionaires at that time. They acquired all of these church properties and were now very financially committed to changing England from going back to Catholicism. A personal financial interest in ensuring that it did not happen. Cromwell was making various moves in the direction of Protestantism, and Henry allowed him to do this at times which are later identified as times when he needed to put pressure on the continent, on the Pope, on somebody. And he continued to do this as long as it was necessary, and then suddenly, in about 1539, Henry felt that the need was past, and there were clear signs of public desire to retain their shrines, and so he restored Catholicism with a document called the 6 Articles, which proclaimed traditional Catholic orthodoxy, and he took a direct part in drafting the final version. Henry's position, therefore, although he had successfully broken England away from Rome, was that he was very much a Catholic himself and remained that until his death. Although, as Alistair McGrath pointed out, he was very balanced in his approach. On one particular day, he had 6 Catholics beheaded and 6 Protestants burnt at the stake. Now that's even-handedness. The difference, of course, being that very ecumenical, but the difference in the death sentence being that burning at the stake was the punishment for heretics, and so that was why the Protestants got that and the Catholics only had to have their heads chopped off. As the time went by, this had upset Cromwell quite a lot, but he then took another step that proved to be fatal, and that was when Henry, he'd had another marriage. That was Jane Seymour, who had actually given him a son that lived, and then she died of childbirth fever, and now he was looking for another wife. He'd been really committed to Jane, and loved her, it seems, very much, so it's a bit hard to know with Henry. But he now wanted to arrange another marriage, and so Cromwell, based on a picture some artist had painted, Anne of Cleves, and so he showed this picture to Henry, and Henry said, "Perfect, bring her." When she arrived, she didn't look like the picture. And so poor old Cromwell got beheaded over that. "Let that be a lesson to you," said Henry. People were very worried. Cranmer's wife is said to have disappeared to Europe for 4 years. People in London, a bookmaker called Paddy Power, were betting he would follow Cromwell to the Tower. However, he was a great survivor. No, it wasn't Paddy Power. I think that's a bit more recent. But it's often forgotten that the Tudor monarchs had the Secret Service people who were excellent. There is no way that Henry didn't know about Cranmer's marriage. Can you believe that he was managing to get by with a wife and the king didn't know about it? Of course he knew about it. But he didn't. He liked Cranmer, and Cranmer would do everything he wanted, and Cranmer kept himself out of any affairs, any political matters. He studied, he translated, he did great translations at this time, which very many of them coming straight out of the Catholic liturgy, others from Lutheran sources, and were integrated into the Book of Common Prayer, which was released under Henry's son as king. They brought No, I think I've covered those points. So Henry died on the 28th of January 1547. His son at this time was 9 years old, and so the power went to the hands of the Protector Somerset, a friend of Cranmer and one of the new millionaires who had benefited from the suppression of the monasteries. And over the next few years, a series of very Protestantising moves took place. And so they, I won't go through them, but the Book of Common Prayer replaced the ordinary Mass Missal and so forth. The Eucharistic theology in that was very much that of Martin Bucer, whom we've been talking about as having been the third way, different from Zwingli or from Luther, and they invited Bucer to England to lecture and explain his theology of the Eucharist. Riots accompanied the promulgation of the prayer book. They were all put down, but people managed to put the blame on Somerset. And so there were enemies among the new millionaires, and so Somerset was removed and he was arrested by his successor, John Dudley, the Earl of Warwick and later Duke of Northumberland, and they executed poor old Somerset on a trumped-up charge. But Edward VI died still a boy, and Northumberland, John Dudley, tried to promote Lady Jane Grey, who was already married to Dudley's son. Mary, daughter of Catherine of Aragon, was the person with the best claim, and especially since they were only promoting a woman, there must simply have been no male contenders around. So Mary took arms. People came to her, joined her. She marched on London, captured London, and began her reign as queen. And shortly afterwards, Thomas Wyatt, one of the new millionaires, raised an army. She once again took arms against him and defeated him. She was a devout Catholic, at this time was 38 years of age and unmarried. Her marriage was arranged with Philip of Spain, son of her cousin, Charles V, but that was a fairly common type of thing, and I'm sure it was forbidden in Leviticus chapter 18, but they went ahead. And it is described as the most disastrous act of her reign, because England was changing and at this time coming to of itself in a way that it hadn't had previously, and it wasn't popular then for her to be marrying the King of Spain, and her already the daughter of a Spanish mother. In 1556 she became convinced she was pregnant and went right through a phantom pregnancy and even had the bells ringing when she thought she was going into labour, and there was no child, and she never recovered from that blow. Her determination was to restore the Catholic faith, and in this she was greatly helped by a relative, also royal. We mentioned previously Reginald Pole. She made him Archbishop of Canterbury. He was a cardinal by this time, and there were a number of people getting very worried for their lives at this time as well. The House of Commons, who'd done all those things over the years, were now worried about all the anti-Catholic legislation that they had passed under Edward. Pole regarded Henry VIII during his life as a good friend, although he criticised him for the break with Rome. But around about this time, and it is certainly not the decision of Philip II, whom she had married, or his representatives in London, because we have their diaries, as I said. And so it's interesting when two historians differ, but O'Connor says the opposite and says it was all done on Pole's advice. So there's two historians taking a different view, and I don't know which of them is right, but it was to prove a very negative thing for her to do, to persecute the Protestants. And afterwards, it was made to seem as if this was the greatest persecution in English history. The numbers were tiny in comparison. I say it advisedly. They were about 300, and that is absolutely minuscule in comparison with the numbers put to death by Henry or by Elizabeth, for that matter, including, of course, her cousin Mary, Queen of Scots. But they called her Bloody Mary, and one of those that I mentioned earlier as the Protestants, Bishop Fox, wrote Book of the Martyrs and gave the Church of England their own martyrs. And many believe that this affected the attitude of English people who'd previously been rather negative towards the Protestants and now began to identify them more with virtue and honesty and loyal English resistance to a half-foreign government. Mary died in 1558 and Cardinal Pole only a few hours afterwards. If Mary had lived as long as her father did, or as long as Elizabeth did, she would certainly have succeeded in restoring Catholicism. There is no doubt that the debate continues to the extent with regard to which Mary's policies were popular with ordinary people, and there's been quite a development in regard to that, and I'll talk about Elizabeth before I go into it, because it's I think quite significant, the different views about where the English people were in their attitudes. Elizabeth was also a very intelligent woman, and she did not follow her advisors to anything like the extent that they wanted. They wanted her to go all the way towards Protestantism. She did not agree to that. She let things move in a very slow way over many years, gradually imposing more penal laws against Catholics, making things difficult for them. There was no priests were allowed, and so they caught and put to death very many priests. Others were exiled, went over to the continent, where some of them started translating the Bible at Douay and Reims. And but in those kinds of ways, she kept her own counsel. The attitude then towards Catholics at that time was one of a very negative kind, but not. They had retained all of the old ceremonies, which of course had been largely removed, especially by the Calvinists, but by Luther too to some pretty important extent. William Shakespeare's father faced the accusation that he and his family were church papists. That meant outwardly conforming to Protestantism, but remaining loyal to the old faith. That I quote from an article that appeared in the Tablet only a couple of weeks ago by Philip Craven. And Shakespeare's plays had to be submitted to censors before being allowed to be performed. Even so, Craven suggests, there are very many places in which one can read what looks like Catholicism, belief in Catholicism coming through, that Shakespeare was Shakespeare, and he knew how to write things in such a way that he could have said, that's not how what that means, and I don't think it would have been too easy to pin him down in any of those things. I thought that was just something that was made up, but that article which suggests that a great many of the details, like that detail about his own father having been accused in that way, means it has more legs than I thought it did. History is written by the victors. What I'm looking at here is that the history of the story of the English Reformation in the writings of historians in the 1800s and 1900s in the great English universities suggested that England turned away from Catholicism with great relief, that there was an enormous amount of corruption, and that in a very short time they received what they eagerly wanted, the more Protestantized version. In the last 50 years, students at what they call in England, they're much more biased in favour of people being high up on the social scale or lower down, and they call these the red brick universities. Well, a great many students of history went, as students of history should, to do their research, and they got old records from parishes scattered all around England. And as they researched those records, it became clear from report after report that the received version, that people had been very much anti the church, was not true. A man, not a Catholic, called Christopher Haig, summed up these findings. I won't read it all out, but let me suggest or take a little bit out of it. He said, "The English Reformation was not a joyous national rejection of outmoded superstition. It was a long, drawn-out struggle between reformist minorities and a reluctant majority. And the victory of the reformers was late and limited." And he considers that it's only by the 1570s, this is more than 12 years after Elizabeth had become Queen, that the officially Protestant Church of England began to acquire the missionary manpower and organisation for a campaign of conversion. And even then, its impact was restricted. The Reformation did not produce a Protestant England, it produced a divided England. I've got down the technical bits that follow in regard to that book and those statements, and they were strongly attacked by A.G. Dickens, a man whose book on the Reformation I have used quite a bit, and his quotes appear here and there in the notes, and others, particularly G.R. Elton, the professor at Oxford, who takes the same line as Dickens. However, in 1992, a book came out from Eamon Duffy called The Stripping of the Altars, starting from 1400 or thereabouts and going right through till 1580, covering 180 years. And it takes the debate to a position now in which I don't think it is possible to argue against the statements that I just read out from Christopher Haig. The English people had Protestantism imposed upon them and were forced into accepting it. Perhaps this is a time for us to take a break. It would sound a person who disagreed with the way I've been presenting that touchy story, and we can see it by that controversy that I was talking about, would say, oh, John Hosie would say that, wouldn't he? Well, I think if we're not afraid to say the negative things that we do know about, and we don't deny them, we don't cover them over, then when we come to a situation where you have to say that a whole lot of people presented a case in a biased way, and now the bias is coming through from original research, then it's possible to say that these things must be recognised. However, there would be people that would disagree. Calvin was not an original thinker, and his background, on the other hand, gave him an excellent capacity to set things up, set them out clearly, be well understood, and present them well. And through that, he became probably the second most important person in the Reformation story. He was what's called a second-generation Protestant because his father was already a Protestant, so he was not a Catholic who'd turned as so many of them were, for obvious reasons, of course. His arrival in Geneva was accidental, and he moved away from there after some difficulties with the local council. Switzerland being divided up into cantons, and the Geneva canton was the one that Calvin's views became to be in control of. There were Catholic cantons around and others in different directions. Over on the German side there were Lutheran ones as well. Geneva was a tiny city-state of about 13,000, and it was politically under the control of the local council right through the time of Calvin as well. So he was getting the council to do the things that he wanted. Some of his ideas were from others, but nearly all of them were from Martin Luther. But in particular, and we mentioned this earlier, his ideas were modified by Martin Bucer. His theology appeared in a book called The Institutes, which was consisted of 4 books, eventually divided into 80 chapters, whereas originally it had been only 6 chapters. And yet his 6 chapters still had the fundamentals of what he was teaching. He based all his essential ideas on the Bible, very true to Luther there, which he read with Augustine, as Luther had also, and he kept both of those in mind, Augustine and Luther. He gave more weight to the Old Testament than did Luther, and that gave a different bias to Protestantism and fairly generally than the Lutheran one. His emphasis on predestination, very difficult one to look after, that one, which is to say that God has chosen out, and this is what Luther had said, but Calvin took it a long way further, chosen out certain people and they're going to be saved. It almost sounds as if they're going to be saved whether they try or not. It means the others are going to be damned whether they try or not, doesn't it? So that's not the way the Catholic Church presents predestination, which it has a sort of commitment to, but I won't try and explain it. Calvin's God is, this is Dickens talking, is remote, inscrutable, alien, deficient in fatherly love, as the God we see in nature, like the God that can allow the tsunami to kill so many thousands of people. His greater emphasis on the Old Testament led many to believe in the end that all parts of the Bible should be regarded as equal because they are the revealed Word of God. I could read more out of that piece that I read from earlier. There are many more things where certain issues are condemned or whatever, and severe punishments, death or something similar, are to be imposed, stoning, etc. But those that have this view face difficult decisions. A man named Judge Rutherford, who belonged to the Jehovah's Witnesses in about 1940, was reading in the book of Leviticus saying you're not to drink the blood of a sacrificed animal. Now, that scripture scholars say would be refusing one of the pagan ceremonies that was happening around the Hebrews back in that Old Testament time. But he read this from the 20th century and decided that that meant, well, you couldn't drink the blood, so you couldn't inject the blood. And so blood transfusions came to be out for Jehovah's Witnesses. Terribly severe when you say this is the revealed Word of God and therefore we've got to obey this. But there are a lot of those things in Leviticus and so forth which are for desert people and have almost no relevance for people like ourselves. Under Calvin, Geneva and through the council came to be a place of great severity. There was a requirement that there be 3 sermons every Sunday, one at dawn, one at 9 o'clock, at noon the catechizing of the young, and at 3 p.m. another sermon. Every person was required to attend 5 sermons a week, and they had 3 sermons a week available apart from the Sunday ones initially, and after a while they had 5 sermons a week available. His discipline was unremitting and no offender was ever let off, always received the punishment. The council made the edicts. It was forbidden to play cards. Taverns were closed. New eating hostels were set up where it was required to have a copy of the Bible in case one of the people eating a lunch got into an argument with somebody else and said, let's go and have a look and see what the book of Leviticus says about this. Well, they didn't make much money, those hostels, and so they had to permit the taverns to reopen. There was a visit to everyone twice yearly by a commission of ministers and elders, and from that a record had everyone's name down, and a word beside it. Pious, lukewarm, corrupt. Wouldn't be nice to have that on your record, would it? You'd feel a little bit frightened. I don't think he allowed dancing, and you know that's why I won't. It was on the ABC. I was assured you could tell that story. You know the story. You know, can a husband and wife have sex standing up? No, because it might lead to dancing. He was closely followed by the Scot John Knox, who brought the Calvinist religion under a new name to Scotland. It became the Presbyterian religion. And the Scottish story is tragic. Corruption, I just was saying that there wasn't anything like the corruption in England that there was in other places. There wasn't anything like the corruption in England that there was in Scotland. It was very bad, but Scotland had had a terrible time. We go and see Braveheart and don't realise that shortly afterwards he was dead and they were all fighting one another again, and it just went on and on, seemingly forever. Mary, Queen of Scots, was a tragic figure and had no idea of the way to manage the things. Knox, at one stage, was caught by the French soldiers that had come over to tidy things up, Mary being by this time married to the Dauphin, the Prince of Wales in the French system. And he did become the king, although he died very young. But Knox had been sentenced to the galleys. When he was freed from the galleys in 1547, he went abroad when Mary Tudor succeeded to the English throne. He didn't think he'd be very popular. Went back to Geneva, and Calvin received him warmly, and he wrote a tract. This is the name of it: The First Blast from the Trumpet Against the Monstrous Regiment of Women. Regiment means ruled in the old English style. Well, he was actually directing it against Mary of Guise, the mother-in-law, or maybe she was the mother, of Mary, Queen of Scots, but Queen Elizabeth got hold of it and decided she didn't like him very much. It took her a long time to do anything for him, and she only did that because her chief of the Secret Service, Sir William Cecil, advised her to help out, and it was only through that help that the Calvinists or the Presbyterians succeeded in Scotland, and eventually Mary had to flee to Elizabeth for protection, and she left her there in a castle which was literally a prison for her. She couldn't get out. And once again, the Secret Service agents were presenting information that suggested that there was a serious plot to restore the Catholic Church. She was deceived. Then she was being found guilty of treason. Elizabeth took some months before she dared to send her to the gallows, but eventually she signed the order. I've called the next bit How the Reformation Spread, and it's a story that is applied there, and I won't go through them all in detail, in Norway, Sweden, Iceland and Denmark. But what was the system? Well, and this happened in very many parts of Europe, all those different little states of Germany. It was a fairly simple way. What would usually happen was that either the local ruler, king, prince, landgrave, whatever, might turn towards Lutheranism in this instance, and shortly afterwards they would either replace the present bishop, or mostly that would be the way that it happened, and then they would, in a series of steps, like this happened under Frederick in Denmark, where an Australian is well known, and a Frederick too is well known. Frederick I was already Lutheran, and so he Protestantized the country gradually by ordering, first, Lutherans were not to be molested. Secondly, clergy, monks and nuns were allowed to marry. Third, bishops would be appointed without approval from Rome. And these rules were also imposed in Norway, still under Danish control, and after a short time all the monasteries were empty, and so they would be a very useful source of income for the ruler. So you can see that spreading it around could be a fairly simple kind of way, and that did happen in a number of those instances. France was different and had its own story, and the Reformation that it was opposing was soon Calvinism. They were called Lutherans for a while, and then afterwards they were called Huguenots, but Huguenots were Calvinists. And this is largely because Calvin himself was French and had always the hope in his heart of converting his homeland. It's a very long and involved story in which Calvin and his successor would be providing missionaries to come into France. They had Bibles in the French language, in new translations. The French Bible published by Olivetan in 1535, the Psalms translated by Marot. Well, the French government usually had the death penalty for heresy, but applied it only very rarely. After one night in 1534, Paris, Orléans, Blois, and other places woke up to find violent and irreverent placards adorning walls on all the main streets. And they were so blatant and obviously pro-Protestant that they decided, the Queen, literally, Queen Margaret of Navarre, decided, she was a friend of Protestants, that they must have been put out by Catholics to show the Protestants in a bad light. They weren't. They were put out by people that had been a little bit too offensive in the way that they'd done things. But there were, on this occasion, 35 Lutherans were burnt and many fled. And so persecution would continue, but also there were all through this time turnovers in the royal power, in the king. And the person who remained very influential through many of the years, particularly from the time when a 10-year-old Charles IX succeeded, the regent was his mother, Catherine de' Medici. She was Italian, foreign, unpopular, and she managed to keep things going and to still be the person who was mainly influential in France over a period of some 15 or more years. The areas of France varied. Normandy was mostly Huguenot. Down in the south towards Navarre, that's the Basque country in the far south, areas that had formerly been Waldensian, these became Huguenot. Paris remained Catholic, and after all these various leaders on both sides were assassinated, there was only one real contender who had any chance of being king, and he was the King of Navarre. And so it took him 5 years to conquer his own kingdom against the Catholic League and their Spanish allies. And so he decided to do a very smart thing. He said he was going to become a Catholic. And the legend has it that he said, "Paris is worth a mass." It is wonderfully French and cynical, isn't it? He was a Habsburg, and the Habsburgs became the rulers of France for... a Bourbon, I'm sorry. The Habsburgs are over in Vienna. He was a Bourbon, and the Bourbons became the kings of France over many years. What he did do was end temporarily all the fighting that had been going on by the Edict of Nantes in 1598. And that was a decree of toleration. We have to say, though, that unfortunately, as far as the Protestants were concerned, later Bourbons became very, very strongly Catholic, and they wanted, as rulers do, they wanted uniformity throughout their territories, and so they withdrew the toleration decrees of the Treaty of Nantes, and gradually France went much further back towards Catholicism than otherwise it would have. We talked last week about the Council of Trent and the difficulties of setting it up, the great inquiry that began, and the way things went on through the council. What were its effects? And these are quite significant for us. The council went very much in the direction of conservatism. I was talking in the break, we were chatting about the way in which the church decided that if Luther had done something, then they couldn't. And so instead of taking the very sensible step that he had by translating the Mass and all the sacramental liturgies into the local German language and letting people understand what was happening, the church, because he'd done that, wouldn't do it. They took 400 years more, till the 1950s and 60s, to introduce that. But it's sad, isn't it? You know, if he did it, then you shouldn't do that, because it might make out that he was right about some things. Well, maybe he was. He was on that one. A most important measure at Trent was to acknowledge papal supremacy, and so they'd finally ended the threat of conciliarism that had existed from the previous century, the 1400s, and they submitted all their decrees to the Pope for confirmation after the end of the council, and it was left to the Pope to ensure that those things they had set up to be done, that is, work on the Missal and on the new liturgies and so forth, to be done under his guidance. This is a bit in the area of what I was saying about the tragedy of not having moved into English, German, or the local language, wherever it was. And it's Bokenkotter that's suggesting this. He says it is at least conceivable that Trent might have taken a creative approach. They might have introduced the vernacular, which the Protestants had done so successfully. Instead, they acted defensively and protectively. One reason for this was that in the polemical climate of the times, they could not afford to admit that the Protestants could be right about anything. This would have impugned the claim of the Roman Church to divine authority. Above all, it failed radically to restore to the people a sense of participation and forced them to run after a multitude of extra-liturgical devotions in order to satisfy their need to feel involved in the worship of the church. And so things that used to happen quite normally when people went to Mass when I was young was that they would go there and they wanted to pray, so they'd say the Rosary. Now, when you think about that, this is tragic, because there's the best prayer that we've ever been given taking place in front of them, and so because they want to pray, they said the Rosary. A change in the way in which the Bible was studied and interpreted had started from Catholic scholars. Lorenzo Valla in Rome and John Colet in England had been two major figures in that regard, followed up by Erasmus and a number of the humanists. Did the church take it up? Tragically, no. They left all these great advances in the study of Scripture behind, and for many years, at least until the Jesuits were trained, highly educated, the Protestants were, in general, more educated and had more learning about the Bible and Scripture and theology than most Catholic priests. A sad development there. When the council's rules that new seminaries were to be established, they were run on highly restrictive lines and didn't follow any of the new developments in that department. A decree about matrimony was quite significant. In the old days, because the Catholic Church teaches that the celebrants, or the ministers, I should say, of the sacrament of marriage are the couple, then if a young couple went off into the woods and came out and said, "We're married," then they were married. Their word was taken for it. Now the Catholic Church decided that that wasn't sufficient, that it would be required that the marriage should be celebrated before a priest and two witnesses. That's the first time that rule existed, and practically every country in the world has now adopted that as the way of performing marriages. The council was a notable success in that its reforms were applied with an unusual effectiveness, rare previously in church history. And this was largely because of the quality of the reform popes that followed. There are mentions of them there, and I won't go into them at this time. But they did have a great deal of success in maintaining the elimination of simony that Carafa had when he became Pope Paul IV, and they ensured that it was not able to return. Gregory XIII, who was responsible for the reform of the calendar in 1582, and they had to go, I think, from the 6th of August to the 15th of August, and guess when St. Teresa of Avila died? On that fatal night. So, that reform, well, I suppose in reverse of what I was saying about the Mass, the Protestants in England wouldn't accept that, and so they waited for another 100 years or so before they caught up with the Gregorian calendar. And so it's a two-way street, isn't it, being refusing to do things because the other people that you don't agree with have done it already. And besides the regenerated papacy, the new religious orders were the next most important influence in the success of Catholic reform, and this applied particularly to the Jesuits. I have done an unusual thing here, and from the handout for tonight, you'll find this next part, which I don't have in the full version of tonight's lecture. I don't know how I failed to put that in, but it's in regard to the growth among the saints in the church and so forth around about this time. Thank you, Mari. I do have it here, but in all these paper turning overs, thank you very much. I wanted particularly to refer to the way in which mysticism, first of all, developed in the church. Chadwick gives this definition: mysticism may be broadly defined as the direct apprehension of the divine by a faculty of the mind or soul. And among the people whom we look at with great respect in this regard, one is Teresa of Avila. She was partly Jewish in her background and became a nun at 16 and then transferred to the Carmelites at 20. She was a tiny little woman. If you ever go to Avila, you can see her shoes, and they're about this long. Now, the interesting thing is that we call the little flower, St. Therese of Lisieux, the little St. Therese. And if you look at her sandals, they're about this long. She was a big little flower. Well, Therese, she just had all the go in the world. She wrote an autobiography. It was confiscated by the Inquisition. In 1567, she met the young student from Salamanca, Juan de Yep. I don't know how you pronounce that in the Spanish. St. John of the Cross. And she became something like a mother to him, and his writings reached a level that mystics have rarely achieved. There are people here who can speak with a lot more authority than I can on this here present tonight, so I'll pull out at this point. But between these two people, we have a great deal of knowledge about these forms of prayer, more than we would have. One of the works of John of the Cross was not permitted to be printed. His year there, 1542 to 1591. I think it was in 1914 they finally allowed it to be printed. one edition, one of his books. So quite extraordinary. Therese was asked to rewrite her autobiography by her confessor, so dutifully she did it again, and then later they managed finally to get the original back from the Inquisition, but she'd written a totally different sort of book the second time, so we're lucky that that had happened. Philip Neri was a priest in Rome and founded the Oratorians. Neri had huge success in reconverting his fellow countrymen to the practice of religion. I've heard this saying attributed to very many others, but as to my knowledge, he is the one who first said, seeing a man being taken to the gallows, there but for the grace of God goes Philip Neri. By the way, Neri means black, so his real name is Phil Black. Vincent de Paul dedicated himself to the service of the poor. Vincent was a very practical kind of man, and he wanted his nuns to be able to go out as the daughters do. By the way, in France and Europe and almost everywhere else in the world, they're called the Sisters of Charity, but out here they're called the Daughters of Charity. He wanted them to be able to go out alone and so forth, and he knew that if he submitted their rule to Rome, that they would be forced to be locked up in a convent, as that's what you did with nuns. That's how, the only way that Rome could imagine doing things. And so he got around that by ensuring, and I think it's still true, that they still take annual vows, so that they renew their vows just for 1 year every year, and that means they're not entitled, if you like, to be called religious sisters in the traditional kind of way. Same for the priests. The Vincentian priests are secular priests. They take, they're not entitled to take the vows of religion, so they take promises and so forth. But that was his practical approach to ensure that the kind of work that he wanted done and that needed to be done in the Paris of his time would be allowed to be done. Because that's the thing about the founders of religious orders. They started off, they saw a need, and then they went into the job and got it going. And then sometimes someone over in Rome sometimes, they don't always do things badly, I don't want to be saying that. And I hesitate to say this at present, but I will. I think that the Sisters of St. Joseph would have been in terrible trouble if they'd tried to follow the rule that Father Julian Tennyson Woods had tried to impose on Mary MacKillop, and she wisely saw that that was the case. It's a bit like the problems that the spiritual Franciscans had that we talked about in the time of the Middle Ages of Francis. You just can't have a group of people who don't know whether they're going to have a roof over their head tonight or food to eat. That's being really poor, true, but is that the better way to go? Well, it's not for me to decide those things. The Salesian school was founded by Francis de Sales, a man of great compassion and a beautiful openness to people in comparison with some of the really rigid people of his times. And he was that in the face of, because he was technically, I suppose I should call it technically, the Archbishop of Geneva. How could you be when the Calvinists had total control over there? So he lived at Annecy all through the years, and he got on very well with them, but they were as severe as he was warm and encouraging. Robert Bellarmine, a great scholar of the Jesuits, but he, and this is I'll finish on tonight, before our talk, if we want to. He was one who, he did try and help Galileo. I don't know if you've read Galileo's Daughter, but I recommend it to you very strongly. It's the correspondence of his older daughter with her father. Original letters, and they've been put together in that book by Dava Sobel. And he turns out to be, I'd say, a quite saintly man. There's no question about it. extremely loyal to the church, trying to let them not be stupid and deny truths like that the earth is not the centre of the universe and everything like the sun goes around the earth, because you can see it, can't you, So that proved that Galileo was wrong. Copernicus, fortunately for himself, died before his book got to be carefully scrutinised in Rome. He died over in Poland. I think it was in Poland that he died, but anyway, he did die before he could be condemned for it. But Galileo had the great tragedy of being condemned by the Inquisition. Bellarmine, who had died by this time, had written a letter that should have saved Galileo from that condemnation. But human beings are human beings, and they felt they had the knowledge of all things, and from principles learnt from Aristotle, they knew that he had to be wrong, as well as from the Bible. So that's the tragic story of Galileo, and it's part of the tragedy of the interim between this night's lecture and next week's, which is the subject of the handout for now. Now, if there's anything you'd like to talk about, comment on, give us some further background to, I'd be very delighted.
John, I just came that phenomenon that you just described, those people, Teresa of Avila, John of the Cross, that blossoming of those sort of people seems so much in contrast to what was going on at the time. You described the enormous conservatism. Is there anything that might explain that?
I can't. It's just that some people are just brilliant. They'd be brilliant wherever they were. It's amazing, like with Therese, to see that in her lifetime she'd opened convents in the West Indies. Yeah, I just staggered at that. I had never read that in any of the books, but there they are, and right back as during her own lifetime they'd established Carmelite convents in the West Indies. Mm.